The story begins with the secretary informing the president that the national address would begin in 1 minute. The president looked at his watch, wondering if that much time had passed already. His assistant reported that power supply throughout the country would be restored very soon. The president stood up, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked straight into the camera. Introduced himself as President Jang Won-tek, adding that before the start, he had a request for everyone. It is necessary to make sure that everyone around is watching the broadcast, as many citizens as possible should see it. He was told that the viewing ratings had skyrocketed, even though it hadn't even been a minute. And he acknowledged that people must have suffered greatly from the lockdown, thanking them sincerely for their cooperation. He declared a state of emergency on July 16th, which resulted in the army taking control of the media and national infrastructure, and many major roads were closed, and everyone probably wanted to know the reason. He asked his aide Lee for a cigarette, to which he joked that opposition party members would use it against him. The president's hand was visibly shaking as he explained the reason for the introduction of martial law, exhaling smoke and confessing that he wants them all to meet a fitting end. Now it has become clear to everyone that the scenario from the game Survival Life has come true. And the asteroid Njambi from this game actually existed. And at full destructive and deadly speed, it headed towards the ground, towards them. According to reports received at dawn, the military failed to intercept him, causing the asteroid to fall into the sea near Okinawa, hitting the ground at high speed, causing an explosion and catastrophic damage. And unfortunately, all the inhabitants of Japan turned into something very strange: zombies. This happened because of the spores that the asteroid, which had not yet cooled down after the explosion, was spraying. And unfortunately, the pathogens were expected to reach their country on the same day, and there was no way to avoid this zombie apocalypse. The president's face grew even more serious. After all, judging by the collected data, a small number of people, including those awakened, could be immune to zombification, so something was prepared for them. For security reasons, special temporary shelters were supposed to open in a year, but the president had already installed them in designated locations and hoped that everyone would be able to reach them. He then provided a guide on how to deal with the monsters that appear in the early stages, adding that all this information would be further disseminated through leaflets dropped from planes. Soon, all the thermal power plants were to close down, and he admitted that he was a man with many faults, but he believed that he had done everything necessary in their last moments, noting that it was an honor for him to be with them all, and expressing the hope that they would meet again and live well. He then moved on to thank the anonymous tipster for providing the exact date of the Judgment Day. But at that point, the television broadcast was cut off. The man sitting in the chair admitted that he really hoped the end would not come, but since this had already happened, now he would have to survive. He stood up and had a hammer in his hands. He smiled and said he would survive, especially considering he was an apocalypse veteran. His dog barked. The action moved back a few months. One guy asked his friend Toe if he was ready, to which he received an affirmative answer. It turned out the guy's name was Jack, and his game nickname was Duck-Ass Guy. He noted that if he lost today's bet, it would be his third loss in a row, and his wildly dressed friend added that at 3-0, he would be a laughingstock. They called him the Rabbit Princess. Another equally insane player named Survivor 1, who everyone simply called 1, complained that he was constantly getting kills stolen due to his attempts to use brute force. He approached another guy who was supposed to be playing Robin Hood, but wore a Kimbop roll on his head, hence his nickname, Kimbop, and asked if he was right. Kimbop replied that they were nothing without their fancy moves, and Tao confirmed his readiness to kick everyone's asses. The first one suggested giving them a minute's head start, to which Toe expressed hope that he would not regret his words. All this happened inside the game Survival Life, and Toe and Peck rushed straight into the horde. It turned out to be an apocalyptic game that mixed zombies and fantasy monsters. It featured an insane level of difficulty that scared off even hardcore Korean gamers. Upon release, it shot to the top of the charts, but its fame was short-lived, and the game quickly died. A whole year later, only 4 active players remained. And now, one of them was already centimeters away from death. But the player quickly jumped away from the place where the huge stone fist struck. Now both players stood in front of the huge monster and thought about what to do next. Peck gritted his teeth because he realized that it looked like things were just bad. But finally, the most mannered of them pressed the button because the minute of the head start had already passed. And finally, the first one blew up the monster. That button was the detonator, and then suggested that Kimbop should deal the final blow. And he, thanking for the offer, pulled the bowstring, and fired an arrow, punching a hole in the monster's head. As it turned out, the game really sucked. After their little hunt, the bet was over, and everyone relaxed. Someone asked if they had any other games, to which they replied that if they did, the guys wouldn't be messing around here. The former agreed, noting that the game had become incredibly boring and there was nothing more to do, while Pack added that he wouldn't be surprised if the servers shut down that very day. The first one supported this idea, but two stated that he lacked excitement and dopamine. Kimbop reminded everyone that he advised everyone to take it slow, and the first asked if everyone wanted to play something else. But Tu and Peck admitted that they were not in the mood to play anything else right now. Kimbop called everyone over to check out something interesting, as they hadn't seen any new messages in the chat for a while. A player with the nickname of a Kimbop fan asked if anyone was alive. The newbie tag next to his name indicated he was a true noob. At that point, the game had 5 active players, and Pervy joked that the project was experiencing a boom. Kimbop sent the newbie a training guide, and Noob thanked them for their kindness, promising to contact them after the tutorial was completed. After 2 long hours of patient waiting, Noob admitted that he couldn't believe how difficult the training was and decided to give up. The first one started to get upset, noticing that everyone always ended up giving up the game. Tu added that the developers are constantly releasing content, but they never think about reducing the difficulty, and Peck supported him, admitting that he completely did not understand the creator's logic. The first one announced that he was going offline for today and wished everyone good night. Kimbop called out to him, asking if he would be coming into the game tomorrow. And the first, after a pause, replied that probably yes. Kimbop noticed something in that pause, and I thought that in that moment of silence, Toe and Peck also understood everything. And both went offline, declaring that it was time to return to real life, and that their journey had come to an end. He hoped they would join his stream because he didn't want to let go of the game. Even the other veterans started visiting less often until he was left completely alone. But he continued to record videos with updates so he could enjoy the game with them, and streamed days and nights, waiting for my friends to return. And so several months passed. The tutorial difficulty has been significantly reduced, and the initial gameplay has been improved. New mutated creatures have been added to the existing zombies and fantasy monsters. He was happy about such a large-scale update, but his friends seemed to have completely lost interest and no longer visited. In the end, only one active player remained in the game, Kimbop. He admitted that the game was hopeless, and at this rate, he might as well quit. But then someone from the development team contacted him, deciding to thank all the users who valued survival life before making an official announcement. But they had to announce that the game would be discontinued in a week. Kimbop was surprised, thinking that perhaps they were simply waiting for him to give in. And at that moment, the roar of a giant monster was heard. He remembered that he and his friends had planned to catch this monster before leaving, but now it was too late. He hit the stop recording button, removed all his gear, and then deleted his streaming account, channel, and everything else he'd spent over 5,500 hours playing. However, he couldn't bring himself to throw away the hard drive full of memories, and so he simply shoved it into the closet. And then he, Kimbop, whose real name turned out to be Kang, finally began to live a real life. They nicknamed him Burnt Out Chef, and he now worked in a restaurant selling, you guessed it, kimbap. The reason for choosing such a nickname was simple. He himself loved them very much. And for 3 years now, he had been running the diner, and business was going quite well. There were a lot of customers inside, and the establishment itself was located on the first floor of the building, which he inherited after losing his parents in his second year of high school. And it was called Sengho's Delicious Snacks. Finally, he finished cooking and went to the tables to inform the customers that their food was ready. And a regular customer named Mi Kyung, a local hairdresser, noticed that there was no end to the number of customers today. He still couldn't bring himself to ask her last name, but it was no secret that he found her incredibly attractive. She showed him her phone, asking if he had seen it. When he asked what it was about, she explained that there is a rumor among young people that if you shout out the status window, it will actually appear. She tried to do this herself earlier, but unfortunately nothing happened. He laughed, saying that such a thing simply couldn't be true, and that she was too trusting. Later that night, he extended his hand and shouted the command to open the status. But in the end, nothing happened. He just stood in the room like a fool, and the guy admitted it was too good to be true. But suddenly, lightning flashed and a window appeared, scaring the guy very much. He cursed, admitting it had seriously scared him. He had no level or points, but he did have stats. and his ability was to open a personal portal. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before, and then he recognized the status window from the game Survival Life. However, it was a little different as the game did not have a trait system. He found the ability a bit lame and decided to test it by opening a portal. The energy gathered in one point, and a portal appeared right in front of him, and he admired it, noting that it looks cool and is exactly like the labyrinth gate from the game. He grabbed his head and wondered if this was really a gaming system, but he immediately dismissed the thought, a bead of sweat rolling down his face, reasoning that if it were true, there would have been at least some article about Yunjungbi or something like that. He decided to look for the information and was horrified to discover that it actually existed. He panicked, trying to convince himself that the coincidence of names meant nothing, and it was too early to jump to conclusions. But the fear that all this was real did not leave him. He straightened up and went through all the possible scenarios in his head while looking at the portal. And then Khan realized, if all this is real, then there might be some evidence inside. There were 32 days left until the apocalypse. Sung-ho thought that if this was really happening, there must be other evidence. Even without his portal, he reached out his hand towards it, but stopped. He decided to wait, as going there without a plan was too dangerous. Having changed his mind, he took the ladle and returned to the portal. Now they were one-on-one. He lowered the ladle through the portal gate to check if there was anything there. Having dug up some soil, he concluded that there was no labyrinth on the other side, and that this portal could be some kind of teleporter that moves him to some point on Earth. Having made some preparations and packed a backpack with supplies, he decided it was time to go in. Upon entering, he was amazed by the beautiful scenery and clean air, and doubted the reality of what was happening. Everything around was too green and alive. Looking at the bird on the branch, he noted that the weather was a little chilly, and the complete lack of signal on the phone indicated that he was in an extremely remote and inaccessible area. Taking out a marker, he began to leave marks on the trees, figuring that since there was no way to determine his location, his main task is to find evidence, so it is necessary to leave landmarks for the return journey. As he moved deeper into the forest, he complained of fatigue, marveling at the size of the place, and prayed that he would come across something on the way. He was all sweaty, and while the guy was complaining about his fate, all this time, someone's eyes were watching him from the thicket of the forest. Suddenly, an animal rushed past, frightening him to death. It turned out to be a valley deer. He recognized the name, and the fact that the system window appeared finally convinced him that he was not on Earth. The deer looked at him with his animal gaze and ran away, leaving Seng-ho perplexed by such a piercing and frightening gaze. He breathed a sigh of relief, however, as the animal didn't seem aggressive. However, he still found no evidence of the impending apocalypse. It would be a different matter if he encountered stone monkeys or humpbacked boars, since he had never seen a valley deer in the game. However, from that moment on, he intuitively understood that this place was closely connected with survival life. But I forced myself to ignore these thoughts and continue moving forward, and desperately wanting to deny the approaching catastrophe of humanity. But this hope was short-lived, as he soon found exactly what he feared. He noticed in front of him a huge, beautiful golden tree with a sunny apple. Khan quickly tore it off, thinking that everything would be fine, and started eating. The status window reported that his stamina had recovered slightly, all thanks to the apple effect, and the body was enveloped in a faint golden glow. Sitting down on the ground, he noted with a laugh that the effect was exactly the same as the sun apple juice that was sold in the in-game store, and this served as final confirmation. To top it all off, he discovered goblin excrement nearby and ordered himself to accept the fact that the end was near. His face became too serious, and he realized that the apocalypse was coming to their world. Turning his sense of déjà vu into certainty, he immediately left the portal and began preparing. The first thing he did was pull out a hidden hard drive and re-watch his early gameplay footage. He'd been streaming and recording content out of sheer love for the game, and couldn't believe he'd now have to use it all in real life. Based on the game data about the asteroid impact date, he checked the current calendar and realized that there were 32 days left until the apocalypse. Looking back on the game, he realized how unfriendly and full of annoying mechanics it was, the most delusional of which was the Iron Death disease. This phenomenon literally caused any metal to crumble to dust. It covered the zombie spore-infected areas like an aftershock every 5 hours, instantly throwing human civilization back to the Stone Age. Of course, the intensity of the Iron Death disease decreased depending on the region. The only problem was that it took from 6 months to a year. But this catastrophic illness no longer mattered to him, since the feature he had received was a personal portal, and according to his hypothesis, the infection should not have penetrated through it. Having completed the initial analysis, he spent all his savings on purchasing the means of survival: weapons, food, tools, medicine, and other things necessary for self-sufficiency. Reading the forums, he wondered how people could be so carefree, having status windows just like his. By the time the morning came, he had bought a bunch of important and vital supplies. And on the way home, I also bought a 60-pound hunting bow from a man. Along the way, he caught himself thinking that perhaps he was simply exaggerating the scale of the problem. He reasoned that if the world didn't end, it wouldn't matter. He'd just have to work hard for a couple of years to recoup the money he'd spent. But when he returned home, he decided to go all the way and put up a sign informing everyone that the store was temporarily closed for several months for renovations. He still doubted the correctness of his actions because the decision was made literally overnight. Mi-kyung called out to him, asking if he was really closing the store. He explained that he was simply planning some renovations. She suggested that he must have made a lot of money, but he argued that the establishment was simply outdated. And, apologizing for his haste, he hurried to take his leave. She tried to call out to him to stop, but she didn't have the courage to finish the sentence, and she just said that they would see each other later. He thought about what she wanted to say, and although the situation made it easy to ask about it, he preferred to remain silent as he had more important things to do. He opened the portal holding some kind of black case in his hands and headed back inside. Sang-ho noted that his playing style has always been about careful planning and developing detailed strategies to overcome difficulties, which is why he lacked physical skills among the veterans. The reason was that in the game, stats were not increased by leveling up, but were earned through hunting and exploration. Having set the target, he pulled the bowstring, doubting his success. But he was surprised to find that pulling it on was much easier than he thought. He turned on an archery lesson on YouTube and listened carefully to the instructor. Having prepared his bow for battle, he inserted an arrow, and then he pulled the bowstring with force, standing in the archer's pose. Just at that moment, he remembered his gaming sensations from shooting, and he released the first arrow with great speed and hit the target right on target. He wondered if he had been Legolas in a past life, not believing he had hit the target on the first try. However, he understood that now he was able to pull the bowstring no more than 5 times due to his hands becoming bloody. So he decided to seriously take up strength training from today. Having completed his basic training, he moved on to the next stage. He had 2 tasks to accomplish. First, he had to determine whether he was capable of hunting monsters in his current state. And secondly, to build a shelter for storing weapons, food, and other items. Of course, until the ordered weapons and supplies arrived, he wasn't going to do anything stupid like try to capture the nest or anything like that. Having picked another sunny apple, he decided that today he was clearly lucky. He emphasized that it was his readiness for any future situation that allowed him to remain a veteran in the game. Returning to one of the marks, he looked around, being sure that the place he was looking for was somewhere nearby, and eventually got to the goblin tracks. He explained that the reason he was so determined to look for these traces was simple. Goblins are monsters that naturally live in groups, so a single group was an anomaly. The presence of only seeds in it indicated that the creature had not been eating properly, meaning there was a high probability that it had become an outcast in its pack. He needed to find it at any cost, because the chance to test himself in a real fight did not come often. However, as darkness fell, he heard a wolf howl, and looking out from behind the tree, he concluded that he was approaching the valley. Soon, he noticed an old, bearded gray goblin by the river, which turned out to be an exact copy of those he saw in the game. For reference, the goblin's main weapons were spears and poisonous darts, and they loved to incapacitate their opponents with poison and torment them. That's why he chose the bow as his first weapon. Telling himself to remain calm, Khan noted that he was an old goblin, and perhaps due to his exile, he did not have poison darts or a spear with him. His hands began to shake, but he convinced himself that if he kept his cool, he could kill him. The protagonist released an energy-charged arrow in an instant, and the goblin, hearing the shot, turned around in horror. He only managed to block the attack with his hand, letting out a loud cry. Sung-ho admitted he had been aiming for the head, but was glad he had hit it at all. He should have consolidated his advantage and continued the attack, but the goblin hurled a stone, knocking the bow from his hands. Sang-ho thought that the goblin must be a seasoned veteran too, since he quickly figured out what to do. He pulled out his blade, and the goblin pulled out his own homemade knife, and they rushed at each other, their blades crossing and their energies colliding. After which, Sang-ho leaned back and lunged towards the goblin's head. The goblin ducked under the blow and counterattacked, wounding him in the leg. Gritting his teeth in incredible pain, Sengho gathered himself, and he knocked the monster to the ground with his body. Sitting on top of him, he raised the knife high into the air and plunged it straight into the goblin's chest. The goblin tried to push him away, but he turned out to be too weak, and it was clear that life had left his eyes. Having received 2 points for this, Sungho began to breathe heavily, not believing that he had actually been able to do it. He then noticed a small bag on the ground and identified it as corn powder and vegetable oil. In the game, you could make an ointment from these 2 ingredients, so he decided to give it a try. He also realized that the body needed to be buried so that other goblins wouldn't find the corpse, and also to prevent it from turning into a bone creeper, which would be a real nightmare. Then he noticed a small river behind him, and red trout were swimming in it. At that moment, Senho realized something terrible. Realizing that things were bad. Realizing that there were red trout in this valley, he trembled with fear, turning around and meeting the gaze of the giant creature, called the owl bear, which stared at him intently. He realized that he was in deep shit. There were 31 days left until the apocalypse. There was a flashback where Sungho was greeting viewers on one of his streams. He said that today he would continue from where he left off last time, as he had compiled a summary of the monsters living in the forest. Viewers began to criticize him, complaining of boredom, to which he replied that he had worked hard on this material. One user named Bull Songman supported him, writing that he thought it would be fun. Sengho thanked him for the donation, but Bolsongman joked that it was just the money he earned by gluing his eyes to the $1,000 today as pay-per-view. The banter continued, with one viewer named Dog constantly changing his nickname depending on the situation, which was quite funny. Sengho reminded him that last time they discussed goblins and kobolds, and he explained that the bone creeper should be avoided at all costs, but the most dangerous creatures in the forest were werewolves and owl bears. In particular, the fact that the owl bear has settled in a certain territory meant that the monster ecosystem was in balance. Looking back, he admitted that those were truly good times. Well, Songman was always full of enthusiasm, and Batman always brought everything back to bop, traditional Korean food. He even remembered Dog, who changed nicknames in real time just to make him laugh. He was about to explain how to fight the owl bear, but then he wondered, why is he even reminiscing right now? And isn't this what people mean when they say that life flashes before your eyes? But he decided that for him, it was more of a flashback in which old friends urged him to pull himself together. He began to pinch his leg and ordered himself to think. Owlbears had a habit of tearing apart everything they saw when they were hungry. But the fact that the animal was just standing there meant that it didn't want to eat. In other words, there was only one thing that irritated him, that Sengho had invaded his territory, where the red trout lived. In that case, he needed to come up with a way to get out of this situation. But only one option came to mind. Taking a fighting stance, he stated that his mind might belong to Kimbop, but his body remained his own, and he would have to do this to survive. His teeth clenched. He screamed loudly, provoking the bear to attack. The owlbear's gaze focused on him, and Sengho remembered that because of its owl head, the beast had excellent night vision, but was vulnerable to sunlight. He had learned his attack patterns long ago, so now all that was left was to put the plan into action. As the beast approached, Sengho told himself that the only thing he needed to do was trust himself and rely on timing. As he climbed up the monster's paw, he realized that the only way to create a strong lighting effect in this situation was to shine a light directly into his eyes. He brought the flashlight right up to his beak and turned it on, causing the bear to scream, blinded by the bright light. This guy literally just used the world's brightest flashlight on this poor creature. The scene suddenly changed. The next morning, the alarm rang. Sengho reluctantly sat up on the bed and complained of pain all over his body and turned it off, assuming that he had lost consciousness as soon as he got out. As if fighting the goblin wasn't enough, he couldn't believe he'd stumbled upon an owl bear and swore he never wanted to see one of them again. He also remembered that he had not eaten anything since he entered there, but trying to get up, he stumbled and fell to the floor. Saying that he had absolutely no strength in his legs, he looked up at his backpack, and then he felt a sunny apple in his bag and greedily bit into it. Thanks to the effect of the solar apple, his stamina began to recover. Feeling a little more alive, he decided it was time for a hearty snack. However, later he looked at Mi Kyung with bewilderment, wondering what she was doing here. She replied that she had come to eat and that this place was second on her list of favorite restaurants. He asked why she had sat down next to him, to which she replied that it was always nice to have company while eating. She then asked him if he had tried what she had mentioned earlier. He asked if she meant the status window, and she confirmed, asking if it had worked. Sung-ho replied that he now understood why she had gone silent that time. She admitted that she truly believed that what was happening was real and handed him the phone. Pointing out the missing cash from the convenience store, Sung-ho remarked that her desire to know the truth was too obvious. He thought she was too naive, but he lied that he tried and nothing worked. His lie was completely justified in this situation. Not only was his specialty not combat-oriented, but his skills were also meant for single-player play. Moreover, in conditions where security was not guaranteed, it was impossible to reveal one's cards. It was tantamount to a call to come and eat him, to sign his death warrant. But the fact that Mi-kyung was still asking about awakening meant that she might have awakened too. She then apologized to him, and when he asked her why, she admitted that she had lied about something. He noted that she seemed like a good person and added that she didn't need to tell him everything right now, since they still have time, and she can share it later when she has the courage. Having said this, he went home, where the delivered parcels were already lying in front of his door. He recognized these couriers as the best in their field and thanked them for their hard work. The sweaty delivery man said it was simply his duty. In the end, he moved everything that might be needed later to the roof, and essential items to the second floor. At the same time, when he had a free minute, he selected items for today's operation. His arsenal included a gas mask, a fireproof suit, pepper spray, a fire axe, some gasoline, a fire extinguisher, water pipes, and a monocular. His mission for the day was to find a place to shelter, and he was determined to find it at any cost. He threw the axe over his shoulder, put all the rest of his things into his backpack, and headed back into the portal. Once inside, he noted that finding a suitable place was not difficult. Even while searching for the old goblin, he noticed one suspicious hiding place. Peering out from behind the bushes, he looked ahead at the cave. And I was finally convinced that she was ideal for a shelter. The only problem was that he didn't know what kind of monster lived there. He pulled out his binoculars and peered through them, carefully examining the entrance to the cave. And then he noticed the tracks of the kobolds and was sincerely happy, since this was an excellent deal. He couldn't help but grin at how lucky he was. Although the plan he had come up with would work on any low-level monsters, he checked the wind direction and concluded that for the kobolds, who were now sleeping, being nocturnal creatures, this would be the harshest sleeping pill. To carry out his plan, he needed to collect firewood. These trees smelled very foul, having placed them at the entrance to a huge, dark cave. He quickly doused them with gasoline. That's what it means to be prepared for anything. Senho sat down and was about to set fire to the whole pile of firewood that he had dragged along. But as it turned out, from all this noise, several kobolds woke up and came outside. They noticed him and instantly woke up completely. The protagonist stared at them in shock and greeted them, after which he suddenly grabbed his axe and rushed straight at them at great speed. Without a second's hesitation, he slit both their throats, even cutting off the head of one of them. He was surprised to admit that he did not consider killing with one blow possible for himself. But his level has improved, and he now has a total of 4 points. He decided he would deal with all of this later, wanting to get started before the others woke up. Throwing the lighter onto the firewood, he remembered that all the low-level monsters in the game had one thing in common. They were vulnerable to sudden events. The fire began to smoke, and the protagonist put on a gas mask. Of course, burning them alive would be more effective than just smoking them out. But for the new tenant, cleaning would be a huge headache. The monsters began to wake up. So he chose a simple strategy: to weaken them by throwing them into a state of confusion. One leader woke up and sensed something was wrong, immediately growling loudly and waking up all his fellows. And the main character thought that when they ran outside to catch their breath, he would destroy them in one fell swoop. He expected that at least 5 would come out, since a kobold pack usually consists of 7 individuals. But he was wrong. This meant that after killing these, the number remaining would be 3. The protagonist immediately got into a fighting stance, having first pulled his axe out of the corpse of another monster. They noticed him and rushed straight at him. He swung the axe with all his might, and a glint of light flashed on his mask. And Senho slashed forward, sending one of the green creatures flying. Another one jumped at him through the air, screaming in anger. But Senho was ready for this. He already had some yellow thing in his hands. It was pepper spray, half of which he released in a second right into the monster's eyes, who immediately fell down and began to scream, writhing on the ground. Then he killed him too. Cutting off his head, green blood sprayed into the air and headed towards the last one, noticing that the leader was pitifully cowering in fear, but he'll put his hideout to good use before he blows his brains out. And having said this, the guy raised his axe right above the green leader's head, and then the entire frame of the scene was filled with the enemy's blood. After some time, he took off his mask and admitted that he had dealt with them quite easily. But due to his lack of stamina, it was really hard. Just like in the game, the exhaustion debuff started to take effect. And the fact that he didn't get status points when he leveled up made things much more difficult. But he was still lucky, and increasing his level opened access to convenient systems, so today's catch was huge, and there's still something left, the most important thing. Now he had a safe space that was accessible only to him. All that remained was to thoroughly clean out their nest. A picture of a destroyed cave appeared before him. He continued his preparations and noted that, having found shelter, the first thing he did was clean up. The depth was 15 meters, which was not enough for a shelter. But inside, there was terrible mud, and perhaps after a hard battle, this cleaning seemed to him the most hellish job in his life. The chaos of the monsters truly disgusted him, but he mentioned that with the advent of a safe place in another world, he was able to use the gate's properties freely, which made things much easier since it led straight to his bathroom. However, he admitted that the process was so exhausting that he almost lost consciousness. One way or another, the most amazing discovery during the movements between dimensions was that he could record the coordinates of both worlds, which meant that objects could interact with each other. Even being on the border of two worlds, he was able to extend a hose from the bathroom straight into the cave, which allowed him to wash everything to a spotless finish. He noted that after the cleaning, the place looked quite nice, but he had to wipe away a lot of bloodstains and fill the floor with concrete for convenient storage of things, although the mortar and sandwich panels required several days to shrink. Then he noticed the stones, recognizing them as luminous and fiery minerals, and added that in the game, these are the most important starting items. A real gold mine. Therefore, after completing the construction, he planned to immediately start mining. The next day, with 29 days left until the apocalypse, the scene moved to a store. He suffered from severe muscle pain, admitting that he must have overdone it and overexerted himself, as absolutely everything hurt. Looking at his hand, he noticed a scattering of small scratches, wondering where he had gotten them, and decided that the wounds were not so serious as to waste the sunny apple. Besides, he had other materials for making the ointment right in his hands. The recipe turned out to be very simple. He mixed the powder with vegetable oil, everything in a 1-to-1 proportion, and then mixed until thickened. When the ointment was ready, the status window reported that it was able to slightly heal wounds, to which he noted that for someone with culinary experience, it was a piece of cake. After applying the remedy to the wounds, he felt a healing effect. But I thought it would be too tiring if I had to do it every time. He needed to keep going in the same spirit to improve his stats, but he had a feeling that he would die even before the disaster itself began. He considered taking a slingshot, which was more compact than a bow, although it was highly dependent on the terrain, or choose a pistol, which would allow him to instantly take out a couple of enemies at the beginning of the fight. Then he remembered one detail that was not a major part of the game's plot, and was just background lore, suggesting that this could happen in reality. In any case, the information was not completely useless. He opened a big case. He took some device and thought that if the same previous events from prehistory come true, it would be very useful, so it was worth looking into. He decided to check it out. Having made a plan, he went up to the roof on schedule to prepare for construction, and was genuinely surprised to see that the courier had dragged this entire mountain of things up in one night, calling him a real legend. Luckily for him, all the bags he had ordered were there, which made his job much easier, after which he went down to the first floor to pick up the rest of the parcels. As he was about to bring in the boxes, Mikyung called out to him, expressing her joy at seeing him, and he wondered if they had become so close that she had dropped the formalities, noting that they'd been seeing each other a lot lately. She mentioned that she'd been stopping by every day to eat tteokbokki, to which he laughingly apologized, explaining that he had recently been busy with renovations at the store. She noticed that he looked the part, and when he asked again, she explained that he used to come in for a haircut every 3 months. Looking at his hair, he realized that it had grown a lot and already had to be tied up, after which she offered to cut it right then and there. He agreed, deciding that he needed a haircut anyway, and happily accepted the offer. They headed to her salon, where she sat him down in a chair and asked him about his wishes, to which he asked to shave everything off, explaining his decision by the desire to start life with a clean slate. The girl took the tools in her hands and promised to do everything in the best possible way. Along the way, he noted that his shoulders had become broader, to which he confirmed that he had recently started training, and apparently the results were already noticeable. She started cutting and shared a recent rumor that the status window is related to a survival game, which he found interesting and then added that those who have played it at least once supposedly become awakened. He doubted the veracity of this and asked about the source of the information. But before she could answer, the bell rang, and a man with a snake tattoo on his arm walked inside. His name was In-hyuk, and when she asked him what he was doing there at such a time, he replied that he had come to share some new information. Sunho had fought with this guy in real life before because of his incredible loudness, and he wondered if this insolent bastard was the source of it. In-hyuk informed her that it seemed like the guy was trying to monopolize information, as he deleted all his videos and gone into hiding. She asked if he was serious, to which Seonho noted to himself that the situation sounded eerily familiar, and In-hyuk added that their group is now trying to figure out where this person lives. She remarked that it sounded illegal, while Sunho continued to wonder who exactly they were talking about. In-hyuk replied that now was not the time to be picky about methods, and that capturing that bastard Kimbap for information would serve the common good. She insisted that this was too much, but Sunho understood everything from the very first words. In fact, they were hunting him. In-hyuk grabbed her hand forcefully, demanding that she join their team, but she refused, asking him to wait. Sunho found this completely absurd, as he deleted the materials out of frustration, not to monopolize the data. He didn't even have time to think about such things. In-hyuk snatched the scissors from her hands and grabbed her shoulder, irritably claiming that she was making him angry and repeating that everything was happening exactly like in the game. Seonho mentally called him disgusting for acting like a know-it-all. And In-hyuk added that if that jerk had just leaked the information, they wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. Seonho wondered why he was acting as if he'd already caught him, and In-hyuk warned the girl again that he couldn't wait long. Seonho wondered if the community was truly overwhelmed with negativity towards him, and decided that if that was the case, perhaps he should discuss the information himself. In-hyuk demanded that she make a decision, but then Sunho intervened, saying that he didn't understand what they were talking about and suggested that they discuss it later. In-hyuk rudely asked who he thought he was to talk like that, to which Sunho came up close to him and advised him to get out the easy way if he didn't want to embarrass himself again like last time. In-hyuk was a little scared. Sweat immediately poured down his face from fear, and citing a bad day, he hurried away. Mi-kyung said goodbye to him, and when he left, she breathed a sigh of relief. The protagonist stood behind her and called out to her. Sunho suggested that they exchange numbers just in case, noting that this guy was nothing but trouble. Returning home, he put the construction aside for a while and even shaved, and then turned on the computer and searched for information about himself on the forum, where it turned out that everyone was trying to figure out his identity, even going so far as to make death threats. The person who leaked the important data in advance also received a wave of hate, but among the messages, he noticed an ID that apparently belonged to the same guy who had been chatting with Mi-kyung. Sunho thought he was crazy, surprised that he had bothered to create a nickname that required verification with a real passport, and noticed that his posts were always full of curses directed at him, as well as mentions of attempts to seduce Mi-kyung, which was disgusting. After calling him scum, Sunho turned off the computer, feeling a deep disgust for humanity. He was simply sick and tired of all these people. In fact, he was not broken morally, but rather the opposite. He felt his thoughts becoming clearer. Having opened the gates, he stated that he had devoted the next 2 days entirely to setting up his shelter. To let off some steam, he mined rocks with a pickaxe, just like in Minecraft. And then, having mixed the solution with water, he distributed it evenly over the floor. He even leveled it with a special tool like a real builder. After finishing the work, he went outside to wait for the concrete to dry. And looking at the rising moon, he became immersed in thought. An eye for an eye, an injustice for an injustice. He was no hero and had no need of a great mission. After all, his main goal was simply to survive. The moonlight illuminated his face completely. And right after he made this decision and was about to leave, a familiar sound was heard. He turned his eyes first, wondering if he had imagined it, but it turned out to be a bone creeper, and he thought with annoyance that this bastard had chosen the most inopportune moment to appear, when his mood was already at 0. The monster's jaws began to click louder and louder until a powerful explosion thundered. It was like Minecraft again. For a second, it was daytime in the forest. Soon after the explosion, everything calmed down, and Sunho was lying on the ground covered in dust and debris. Finally, after some time, his hand twitched. He suddenly woke up and immediately jumped up, screaming in shock. And then he began to look around, trying to understand what had happened. And seeing the remains of the skeleton, I remembered the explosion of the bone creeper. And then he immediately began to replay the events in his head to understand how he managed to survive. At the moment the monster realized the threat, it was ready to explode, and only then did it begin to run away. So he only just managed to break the distance, which, nevertheless, saved his life. However, he did not remain unharmed. His arms and shoulders were strewn with bone fragments. The open status window showed an increase in level and points, meaning the system counted him as having defeated the monster. Everything is exactly like in the game. While he was studying his stats, his vision blurred for a second, and he realized things were bad. His head was completely out of order. Senho decided it was time to return, and, opening the portal, he immediately went home. There he was already sitting on the sofa and began treatment. There was a first aid kit in front of him. The first thing he did was to use pliers to pull out the bone fragments from his body. Then he generously applied ointment of guaca powder to the wounds to stop the bleeding. Having applied the medicine, he quickly bandaged himself and wanted to check the condition again. But as soon as he finished the procedure, he immediately passed out on the couch, waking up with the first rays of the sun with a headache. He thought that at this rate, he definitely wouldn't last long, and that it cost him to test the effect of first aid and ointment before falling asleep. After waking up, he noticed that his levels had increased, although they were still below normal. Luckily, the treatment worked, but he was tormented by the question of where this bone creeper had come from. Considering the size of the forest, the sudden appearance of the monster was not unusual, and he decided that he should increase his perception stat to improve his detection skills. In the game, characteristics were increased in two ways: by repeatedly repeating actions to gain experience, or the second way, using items with bonuses. But the game itself was incredibly hardcore. Obtaining such items required killing monsters with stats higher than one's own, or participating in events, but even then, everything depended on blind chance, and long-term farming of the same mobs rarely yielded the desired result. He remembered the time he knocked the Wild Instinct skill out of a high-level monster, which, of course, didn't suit him at all. However, he needed to understand how to obtain things in the current conditions. And for this purpose, he decided to study in detail the background that he had recalled earlier. The lore mentioned numerous anomalies that occurred before the meteorite hit, meaning that, with luck, he had a chance to obtain the equipment before the apocalypse began. Of course, all of this only made sense if the game events actually took place and powerful monsters actually appeared. Finally entering the game and clicking on the story, he spent a long time reading the text, and found out that there were 3 events expected in total, the last of which was the Russian ship, and before that, the appearance of the hobgoblins. There were no details about the hobgoblins, but the very first event was the discovery of an orc's corpse in the mountains. He calculated that if the event was scheduled for the 26th, he would need to arrive on the scene on the morning of the 25th, and, rising abruptly, declared the need for immediate preparation. At that moment, Mi-kyung called on his phone, and he wondered why she was calling at such an early hour. In the next scene, they had already met in a cafe, where she asked how he was feeling, to which he asked the reason for her concern. She attributed it to his exhausted expression, and also the fact that he was wearing trousers and a long-sleeve shirt, despite the heat. He excused himself by saying that he simply wasn't suffering from the heat. However, he privately noted her frightening insight, recognizing a woman's intuition as a truly terrifying force. She suggested that the interrupted haircut was the cause, but he dismissed that guess as well. She replied that it was a relief, as the whole situation had scared her quite a bit. Sunho laughingly admitted that he really hates this bastard, because last winter he caused a scandal because of illegal modifications to his truck and bullying weak-looking old men. The guy was a complete idiot. She wondered if that was really true, since she had no idea what he was like. And Sunho explained that he did this in the mornings, after which he asked her to get down to business and state the reason for the call. She said that if he didn't mind, she needed to tell him something. Then she lowered her voice to a whisper. She moved closer to Senho and admitted that she was awakened. And the guy wondered why she opened up to him, and decided to play along, and replied that he envied her, since he himself had not yet woken up. She apologized, admitting that she was ashamed to lie, to which he reassured her, saying that everything was fine because he knew her character, and added that he was glad of her willingness to share information and just communicate. Thanks to her, he felt a little better, as strange as it may sound. In fact, he was nervous about the renovation, but the meeting had been beneficial, even though he now had to get back to studying the survival game. They agreed to meet again. He came to the conclusion that it was useful to deal with decent people, since talking to her really lifted his spirits. He went online, ordered a drone to scout the forest, and rented a car for the trip. He then went to bed, intending to get a good night's sleep to restore his strength to the maximum. The next day, with the first rays of the sun, he began to create equipment for hunting the orc. Moreover, crushing the incendiary stone required special care and skill, because a wrong blow could cause a shower of sparks. That's what almost happened now. Next came the glowing stone, which, when processed, emitted blinding flashes. It was a piercing eye-catcher even through a welding mask, but it had to be tolerated because of its reliability. Having completed the basic preparation of the orc trap, he prepared the following ingredients, and then he mixed them, sugar, gasoline, and various organic solvents, adding a hardener to crystallize the incendiary stone powder, and a little resin. Having set up a table with fixed coordinates of the gate, he left the mixture on the table in the shelter and returned to reality. Straight to the rental car, noting that it was a great idea to buy it. Now he had a lot of space, he looked into the trunk with a smile, and soon loaded it with everything he needed. A bag, a fire extinguisher, and dynamite. He then got behind the wheel, announcing that it was time to go hunt the orc. He stepped on the gas and marked his next point, Mount Chirisan, where the orc would appear. Shortly before midnight, he finally arrived at the campsite parking lot, having spent a very long time looking for a parking space, spending the remaining time mentally training the fight using videos. And a gear check, a couple of dynamites, a helmet, and some strange weapon. As a new day dawned, the alarm in the car rang, and he opened the door and got out of the car. It was raining, and from that moment on, a full-scale search operation began. He put on a raincoat and a helmet with a flashlight. And after 2 hours of climbing the mountain and reconnaissance, the rain began to intensify. In addition to the rain, fog descended, forcing him to peer into the darkness. All this weather greatly reduced visibility in an already very dark place. And walking through the puddles, he wondered with curiosity where exactly the orcs would come from. He confirmed that he had inspected all the surroundings of the campsite, everything around the camp. He decided that, as expected, the preceding events simply would not happen. But then the roar of an orc was heard, and in an instant he recognized this sound. Turning around, he realized that the event had begun. However, unlike the game version, there was a red orc standing in front of him, but that was a plus, since such a monster was guaranteed to drop a skill. He was holding an axe. However, ordering himself to remain calm, the main character took out the red thing, but it turned out not to be dynamite. Senho began to light the flare, confident that if he stuck to the plan, he would definitely be able to defeat him. The plan to confront the orc was as follows. They stood facing each other, and he opened the gate. At first, he was going to use the monster's natural aggression to attract his monstrous attention with a sharp throw of a flare. And at the moment when he is distracted by the flare, strike. And the monster will turn to this red stick of flame, and confusing it with an enemy, it will begin to attack and cut the fire. It was then that, taking advantage of the orc's hesitation and stop, he should have rushed straight at him, pointing the flashlight straight at the monster. Opening the portal, he slipped under it and straight into it. And during this, he abruptly reached into his bosom. He dove headfirst into the portal and pulled out a homemade flashbang grenade to completely blind and deafen the orc, while remaining completely safe due to the ability to open portals. He expected the monster's vision to return in about 20 seconds. From that moment on, it was a race against time. While he was lighting the fuse of the next projectile being in the portal world, the first thing to do was to hit the disoriented monster in the side to limit his mobility. This bastard's blood is green too! As soon as he had accomplished what he had planned, the orc roared, and I hit him with all my might, a very wide splash blow. But the main character managed to duck, holding the blade in his hands, and cut the monster's Achilles tendon on his leg, causing him to roar loudly in pain, and then immediately fall to your knees with a scream. When the enemy was at eye level, it was time for the final stage. Reaching into the portal, he pulled out a lit projectile, knowing he needed to shove it into the monster. Shove it right into the monster's mouth. As soon as he did that, there was an explosion that threw him back a couple of meters. He was sure that even an orc wouldn't survive something like this. But the monster's sudden blow to the face caught him off guard and made him fly backwards, doing a couple of somersaults. And he reproached himself for having idiotically let his guard down. Looking at the flaming orc through clouded vision, he wondered if this was really the end, if he was really going to die like a loser. But then I heard the sound of a level up, gaining 3 levels at once, 10 points, and the will to survive skill. Realizing that he was completely unsuited to such nonsense, he looked around in search of loot dropped by the dead monster and noticed a watch that gave +2 to perception, which he immediately equipped. The rain made it difficult to find the item, and while the clock's deformation was a bit of a bummer, the perception bonus was excellent. But now he didn't know what to do with the orc's corpse. The orc Cole lay at his feet. He thought that the information about the incident was clearly classified, and although its publication would be the right step, he was pessimistic. If Mi-kyung's words are true, then at least several thousand people have awakened. And even if half of them, or even a minority, are bastards and psychos, for example, like Intech, they will certainly destroy the system for personal gain and provoke mass unrest. He pictured this in his mind. The main problem was that the orc left here would inevitably turn into a bone creeper and start killing people tomorrow. Then he wondered why it never occurred to him that he himself could turn into a zombie. Even his awakened status didn't guarantee that he wouldn't mutate when infected with spores. He began to think about what choice would be right in this situation. But he couldn't make a decision right now, so he opened a portal and entered it. However, he was sure of one thing. For the sake of the few who would survive, the world must meet its end in an orderly manner. Taking a shovel, he stuck it into the ground and began to dig a hole. At the same time, estimating how deep it should be to accommodate the carcass, and noted that if it weren't for the injuries, the process would not have been so painful. Due to extreme exhaustion, the skill of will to survive was activated, significantly increasing his fighting spirit, stamina, and health regeneration, and perception. Knowing that the job had to be completed quickly, he had no choice but to move with all his might. At first glance, the skill seemed too overpowered, but in reality, it is a useless skill. But as soon as its effect wore off, he hurried to take refuge in the portal. After all, the effect was about to wear off. Once he reached his car, he started the engine and drove away, as his body would need time to recover before he could move normally again. The scene changed, he returned home, it was already morning. Senho walked to the window and looked up at the sky, hoping that everything had gone as planned. According to the plan, he should have already begun building a defensive line, but at least the orc's remains were dealt with. The news was open on his phone. It was too late to start anything new today, so he decided to check the forum and study the items he had obtained this morning. Opening the box with a bunch of weapons and tools, he was delighted. There he found a sword, a bat, a huge razor axe, a bow, a couple of arrowheads in a box, and a small dagger. Of course, in reality, he could only use one of the weapons as an Indian club, but the very possibility of using it was already pleasing. However, noticing that several things were missing, he wondered what was going on. Looking into the box, he pulled out a note indicating that part of the parcel had simply not cleared customs. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and deciding that it was another delivery, he shouted for the parcel to be left on the doorstep. But the knocking didn't stop, which puzzled him. He stared at the door. Then he approached her and asked again if she had heard his request to leave her things in front of the door. However, when he opened the door, his face expressed wonderful surprise, and his mouth opened. He was surprised to find Mi-kyung standing on the doorstep. He asked what she was doing there. The girl apologized for the intrusion, explaining that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and she wanted to talk. And she brought some food so they could have dinner together if that's okay with him. There are 24 days left until the apocalypse. A little later, when she was about to sit down, he was mentally amazed by the fact that she was in his house. A bead of sweat rolled down his face and he wondered if this could be considered intimacy. Realizing this, he turned completely red and hastened to cover his face with his hands. The girl hurried him with food, to which he agreed and asked about the topic of conversation. He hadn't even had time to pick up his fork and start eating his food when the girl stumbled. She sheepishly reminded him that last time he'd mentioned studying the game and suggested exchanging information. He chuckled at his thoughts of getting closer, remembering that the apocalypse was just around the corner, but decided that sharing information with her was the right step. After all, good people are worth their weight in gold in such circumstances. And she was just one of them. When they finished eating, she volunteered to quickly take out the trash, and he promised to prepare something in the meantime. In her absence, he took out his laptop and cleared his search history, deciding to show the information through the forum. Starting with a detailed description of the virus is the best way to hide your awakening. He told her that traveling in groups of 6 or more people increases the risk of being detected by zombies and monsters, and that the characteristic of perception is critical for survival. She looked at all this with amazement. She asked if perception was the most important parameter, and he confirmed it. Citing the specifics of survival games, he then moved on to the next findings. She then noticed that, as he had suspected, In-hyuk's words had been confirmed, and Kimbap was indeed receiving a lot of hate. He confirmed that he saw it too, and she asked his opinion on why Kimbop was refusing to share the data. Sunho mentioned that he had never played the game and asked her opinion, to which she honestly admitted that she partly understood his motives. Everyone has their own reasons and circumstances that seem right to them. The girl's eyes lit up. Suddenly remembering something, she started talking about In-hyuk. She said that she rejected his proposal. And when Sunho asked about the reasons, she handed him a phone with an audio recording in which they discussed her kidnapping. They spoke very rudely about her, and one of the kidnappers even said obscene things about how the girl irritated him. Seonho was furious to hear all this dirt from people he already hated, and he stated that in the event of a real catastrophe and the collapse of the law, many will show their true face. That's why she can't trust anyone. He made a very wise face when he said this. Mi-kyung immediately asked if this also applied to him, adding that she wanted to join a group with him. He was speechless from surprise, admitting that it was difficult for him to give a definitive answer. He clenched his fists under the table and even began to shake from the complexity of the choice he faced. One of his goals was to reach level 10 before the end of the tutorial to unlock the store, and that was precisely the problem. The game had a monster-level scaling system, which would mean a senseless and certain death for her during their journey together. He thanked her for the offer, but cited the risk of becoming a zombie, to which she replied that she was still willing to take the risk. The girl demonstrated her ability by teleporting to another part of the room. She explained that her skill was called Leap, and she would have time to dodge before he tried to bite her. He warned her that it was better to keep such things hidden from strangers, but she replied that she had shown it only to him as a sign of special trust. So if they both survived the beginning without mutations in the terrible, she would like to maintain partnerships even if not within the same group. The scene changed dramatically. Returning to the other world, Sunho noted that building the fence had been easy. First, he drove in the support posts with his new tool, a hammer. Then he wrapped them with barbed wire around the entire perimeter. And he securely fastened it and then placed infrared sensors around the perimeter, successfully completing the job. He admitted that the result looked cool and deserved a clear increase in crafting skill by more than 1 point. Now that the concrete had set and the defensive line was in place, it was time to bring the boxes inside. Having dragged all the things, he looked around. The whole cave was filled with them. He then noted that after the installation of the sandwich panels, the interior design would be almost complete. Suddenly, Sonho sneezed loudly. So loudly that even snot flew out, and blowing his nose, he stated that in this world, as expected, it was quite chilly, like late autumn. He'd soon be spending the night here, so he needed to prepare. Bring something to keep him warm. At the same time, he decided that instead of thick curtains at the entrance, it would be worthwhile to make a normal door, and grinned at how quickly his to-do list was growing. Now he needed a notebook. He stopped by the nearest carpentry shop to make a custom order and buy a few extra items. On the way back, he spent 5 hours visiting the places he had planned to loot before the epidemic began. While making his list, he decided that after the hardware store, he would go to the drugstore, and then to the motorcycle dealership. Suddenly, someone called out to him, and Seonho recognized him as a guy named Hyun-jun. He was a gym owner, divorced, raising a young daughter, and was known as the Protein Master. Sunho asked if something was wrong, as he seemed strange. He cited the problems that had piled up. He then asked Seonho if he had resumed training. He noted that it seemed like the boy's muscle memory was kicking in. Sunho attributed this to the recent physical strain of the renovations and shifted the topic to his interlocutor's problems. Hyunjun declared that, in his opinion, the world really is ending. Sunho asked if he had heard about it too, to which Hyunjun confirmed that one of the customers at the gym told him about status windows and zombies and asked him if he believed it. Sunho replied that he wasn't sure. Hyunjun admitted that he didn't believe it himself at first, but the client asked him to watch carefully, and then began to levitate. Sunho asked if it was true, to which Hyunjun replied that he had seen it with his own eyes. It was a 100% superpower. Sunho said that he was not awake yet, to which Hyunjun responded in kind. Hyunjun added that the guy was planning to go to the TV station to become famous, and Sunho was surprised by this line of thinking. Hyunjun didn't understand his motives, but noted that a meeting with the producer had already been scheduled. Sunho sat down next to him, wondering if the existence of the Awakened would soon become known to the general public. Hyunjun stated that there was something even crazier, and Seonho asked what it was. He mentioned an apparent shootout, to which Seonho asked what kind of shootout he was talking about. Hyunjun wondered if he hadn't watched the morning news, and Seonho admitted he'd been too busy. Hyunjun found this logical and suggested he check the forum. It turned out that someone had published a report about a shootout they had witnessed. But after that, the media was put under strict control, and all related information was deleted. Soon-ho called it madness. Hyunjun watched as the news was deleted in real time, and Soon-ho wondered where the rest of the report was. Hyunjun recounted the official news story that the incident was triggered by a deserter, but who knows the truth? They wouldn't have issued a breaking news report for that. Moreover, the entire area was cordoned off by military and police, which clearly indicated that information was being concealed. Soon-ho jumped up abruptly, declaring he'd just remembered something important and promising to stop by next time. Hyunjun warned him that if he wanted to hear more, he should bring some protein powder next time. Returning home, he spent a long time putting his thoughts in order. The shootout happened the day after the incident with the orc, and the perfectly coordinated media response meant the government was aware of what was happening. He opened a folder on his computer, and I wondered, but how? It was unlikely that anyone could know the exact time of the first event. After all, he himself buried the orc in another dimension for the sake of a controlled start of the apocalypse. And now, out of nowhere, a shootout occurs. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but what if someone leaked information to the government in advance, intending to act from the very first event? And what if this person, unlike him, did not have attacking skills and therefore did not go to the front lines? He couldn't be sure of the man's identity, but he knew one thing for sure. There is someone behind the government and behind these people in good suits who turn around, but there is no longer any life or humanity in their eyes. There's someone behind them who's controlling them. There are 23 days left until the apocalypse. The scene changed, and Sun-ho said he had narrowed the suspects down to the game's creator and 3 other experienced players. And now it was as if they were playing chess. He needed to make a move, but he didn't have to think about it for long. He excluded the creator. And although he didn't know how they managed it, one fact shocked him. Namely, the fact that the game took place in reality meant that those who created this world and system were most likely the villains. Besides, if the creator had a government behind him, they would never have allowed him to kill the orc. At the time, 3 players he played with were the most likely suspects. He wondered if it was survivor number 1 and circled it with a red marker. If his theory was correct, it meant he didn't have to share information with the government himself. However, he exhaled heavily and noted that his behavior in the game was a little different from real life. Leaning back in his chair, he realized he didn't know if the real number 1 was the same person he knew. But sometimes he really did miss his guys, his team of veteran friends. He decided to trust them for now, and in any case, exchanging information would not have stopped the disaster. After 2 whole days, he installed real bunker doors on his shelter, and he also prepared and stored a whole ton of food. This is how much food this squirrel prepared. He equipped a food storage facility and an armory. This marked the end of the first phase of development. Now he was just waiting for the generator. In the second phase, he planned to install steel logistics pallets and drilled a hole in the wall with a hammer drill, but there was much less space than he thought. The basement waterproofing was complete as he worked on it little by little. But until it was completely dry, he couldn't store anything there, so he had to figure out the rest during the second phase of construction. But for now, there was still something important to do. He approached the table where the drone stood. The scene changed. He had already switched to controlling the drone and noted that he knew about its large size, but did not think that they were so big. The drones were too imbalanced, and he didn't worry about ambushes while scouting. And besides, it was easy to control with the remote control, like a child's toy. And creating maps in real time was simple and, frankly, just cheating. He sat wearing a helmet to track the drone's camera and was pleased that the expensive purchase had lived up to his expectations. After a moment of admiration, he set the shelter as the central point and began a full-scale reconnaissance of the area. As a result, he learned that there were eternal snows in the northwest and an ocean in the south. The drone started moving faster, and the main character remembered that there were no monsters in the ocean, and it was full of prey. So he had to go there and set up fish traps. Just below him, a seafood battle was taking place. A huge blue crab and an equally huge purple octopus. He reported that after completing his reconnaissance of the area, he surveyed the valley to study the ecosystems around the shelter. Luckily, there were no more owlbears there. However, something else caught his attention. He found the place where he had originally encountered the owlbear, but the body was gone. He wondered if an owlbear had eaten him, because the bone crawler he had seen was not a goblin. However, judging by the tracks, it was still too early to draw conclusions. Some of the tracks belonged to goblins, and this aroused suspicion. The distance between the valley and the shelter was about 1.5 kilometers. He even quickly made a diagram, and this could mean that the shelter was in greater danger than he realized. Considering that the goblins were nearby, he pressed the return home button, as he could not afford to lose his golden treasure. After the return flight, he laid out the map and marked the animal habitats. He said it was a rough map of the area around his base, and now he needed to go and check each zone personally, since this was the only way to get detailed information. Starting from the swamp, he had to check whether it was possible to farm there. However, in an instant, his phone started blowing up with notifications, and he realized that the infrared sensors outside had been activated. He noted that as soon as he thought about them, they appeared. The scene changed. The main character stood by the fence, looking at a pile of goblin tracks. He noticed that they had absolutely no manners. It didn't look like a whole group, but more like a hunting party of 6 to 8 individuals. They came straight to him on foot. He raised his head, and he went forward, realizing that they had come straight into his hands. And he wondered if it was due to the increase in his perception stat. Since every sound seemed louder than usual, this is how the improvements affected him. And with this, he was able to spot them in the bushes even while in cover. He peered out from behind the tree, taking the bow in his hands and directing his gaze at the goblins. They seemed to be fighting over food, and there was a leader among them, and also some kind of hair. Sun Ho decided this was the perfect spot for an ambush. He pulled the arrow from his back, and having inserted it into the bow, Senho pulled the bowstring with force and fired the first shot. The arrow flew out with monstrous speed, and like a hawk's eye, he hit the leader right in the forehead the first time and killed him on the spot. Green blood spurted from his forehead. The remaining goblins turned around in confusion and started shouting. They took up all their murder weapons, clubs and sticks, and their eyes flashed red. Taking advantage of the confusion, Sun Ho took the opportunity to shoot another one, killing him as well. The rest rushed in the direction from which the arrow came. As they approached the bushes, he held his fire axe at the ready, and with all his might, he rushed forward and cut the throat of one of them, killing him. Leaving the axe in the enemy's throat, he grabbed his blade and quickly dealt with another green bastard on the run. Then he pulled out a machete, and seeing that there were 4 of them left, he asked them, what are they going to do next? They fired poisoned darts, but they bounced off his armor, to which he remarked that interrupting a speaker was very rude. 3 of them rushed at him, but did not attack immediately, and they were surrounded. He concluded that close combat was their last resort, since the poison had not worked, and this was only to his advantage. The goblins immediately pounced on him from all sides, and he calmly reached into his pocket and pulled out some red thing. And then he threw it to the ground, creating a blinding flash of light, from which they all fell to their knees and began to vomit. They were stunned. The protagonist stated that the status effect worked as intended, so it was time to finish, and with lightning speed, he chopped off all 4 of their heads. He raised his level to level 4, receiving 16 points. He admitted that he only tried this move because they were weakened. They were confused, but surprised it worked. There were 21 days left until the apocalypse. A little later, Sunho noted that it was tiring, but quite funny, that his will to survive skill worked not during the battle, but while he was digging. It was crazy how effective this skill actually was. While he found it amusing, the activation was not useless. And unlike the orc's case, his health bar only dropped a tiny bit, and he could see that the recoil was minor. He finished burying all the bodies, and now there was a level grave in front of him. And then he decided that he should go check his loot. It was collected in bags, and obtain health-restoring fruits. He mentioned that he had never seen this before it was ground into powder, and judging by all this vegetable oil, there must have been a place to collect it somewhere nearby. He then reached further towards the loot and decided to check the boss's pouch. And what was inside greatly amazed him. At first, he didn't understand what it was, but he was soon even more surprised when he recognized a blue toad inside. He wondered why a goblin would carry a live toad around with him instead of a dead one, and then sniffed it, declaring that by the musty smell, and a huge pool of green liquid oozing out of it. He can determine that it was the same paralyzing poison that the goblins used. He grabbed his helmet and firmly decided that he must definitely grow this creature, because, first of all, it was cute, and besides, the ability to obtain paralyzing poison meant that he would have the ability to increase his resistance to poisons, and hunting will become much easier. He'll simply coat all his weapons with poison. He nicknamed her Jadok, and promised to give her plenty of food. A status window appeared, informing him that he had given the toad a name, and because of her sleeping state, he managed to forcibly establish an empathic connection with her, and now she will be considered his property. He called it madness, since I didn't remember this being in the game, and I assumed it might have been a hidden mechanic added because everything was now happening in reality, as well as the portal gates he also had. Perhaps the update happened during the week he wasn't logged into the game, but he himself admitted that there was no point in this because who would release an update right before the servers were shut down? He decided that he should stop thinking about this problem for now and finish his reconnaissance. He walked back and forth through the gates again and again, restoring order, until he finally finished his preparations and went to explore the surroundings. He found a spring that he couldn't see from the drone and noted that it was truly beautiful. And he couldn't even notice that it was always near the shelter. Then he scooped up some water with the ladle from the beginning of the story, admitting that he was worried, but it turned out to be ordinary water. This solved the problem of finding drinking water nearby, so he no longer had to go to the swamp. There were other items there, as he had expected, vegetable oil and the fruits he had obtained earlier. He said that after that, he simply collected all the fruits and prepared enough vegetable oil, but I decided to leave a decent portion of the plants just in case. Let them grow. He left markers everywhere, on trees and rocks, so as not to forget the way to this place. And then, closing the cap on the marker, I realized that it was time to head back. The scene changed. The next day, he could be heard encouraging Jadok, asking him to open his mouth while he tried to feed him. Sonho was now wearing a lab suit and tried to feed the toad a grasshopper. Jadok didn't wait long and gobbled the grasshopper up in one go with his tongue. Jadok began to chew, and Sonho announced that he had decided to grow it on the second floor for now. The toads lived in an environment with temperatures around 18 to 25 degrees, and if he had left her in the shelter without proper heating, she would most likely have died. Jadok started spitting some poison into the cup for him, and Sonho called it cute. He noticed that besides caring for his pet, he had other things to do, and among them, the one that took the most time was preparing the ointment. After all, it was necessary to first pour everything into test tubes and then carry out several more processing stages in different devices. No matter how he looked at it, he did too much for his own personal use. But he couldn't give it to Mi Kyung, who was also awakened, and he didn't know what to do with it. However, after thinking for a moment, he decided that he could go and give some to Hyunjun. The scene switched to the top floor of the sports complex. Inside, Hyunjun drank a whole liter of protein shake in one gulp, stating that, as expected, the ones Sunho made were the best, with Sunho laughingly admitting that he was a little late. Hyunjun assured him that everything was fine, as he honestly expected him to come the next day and was a little disappointed. Sunho replied that although he came late, he had his hands full, and Hyunjun laughed, admitting that he didn't expect to receive a whole container of protein, and asked what kind of ointment it was. Sunho explained that he had made too much, and that it was supposed to be good for wounds. Hyunjun asked if he was involved in some kind of pyramid scheme, and was feeding him nonsense, to which Sunho replied that, of course not. In any case, Hyunjun thanked him for also sending him information related to the game, and Seonho replied that he should be grateful. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have known about the shooting incident. But the protagonist also noticed that the gym was too quiet. Hyunjun explained that it was because everyone had gone off to make plans. Seonho asked what he was talking about, and Hyunjun told him that there was that guy who went to the TV station, and it seems that before leaving he spread the information among the club members, so at their request they decided to set up a base here. Sunho asked how many people were going to stay, and Hyunjun replied that there were about 20. Sunho asked if he had read the information correctly, as gatherings of more than 6 people were dangerous, to which Hyunjun replied that there was nothing they could do about it, because they had to somehow survive. They were all members of the club, so he couldn't abandon them. Sunho noted that, as expected, he was a loyal man. Hyunjun then asked what he himself was going to do, and Seonho replied that he needed to think about it some more. Hyunjun suggested that he come to them since he was not awakened if he had nowhere else to go. But then they heard a scream outside, and Sunho was the first to spring into action. Asking to be allowed to take a look, he ran up and opened the window onto the street. Then he looked down in surprise, his eyes widening, seeing none other than Mi Kyung down there on the ground. She slowly opened her eyes, and Sono asked if she was conscious. She wondered what he was doing there, to which he replied that he himself wanted to ask her about the same thing, and asked if she remembered anything. The girl stood up, and the guy caught her as she confessed she couldn't remember much, but someone suddenly attacked her. Hyunjun got angry and told Seonho to stay with her, but Seonho replied that they needed to sort everything out first. Hyunjun promised to check the entire area, and although Sunho was irritated by the situation and exhaled heavily, and then he turned and asked Mi Kyung if she remembered anything about the attackers. She replied that she didn't, as everything had suddenly gone dark. She knew the explanation sounded strange, but it wasn't like someone had closed her eyes. It was just that everything had gone dark. Sunho wondered irritably if they had already started to act, and told her to immediately use the jump if something like this happened again. She asked if he knew anything, but he just repeated that she needed to use her skill. He also promised to send her self-defense equipment so she could be sure to carry it with her, adding that from now on, she needed to be extremely careful. The apocalypse was 20 days away. Sunho explained that there has been a well-known meme since ancient times that if 5 people gather, one of them is trash. And this is exactly true because trolls exist everywhere, especially inside the game where there are no restrictions. There have been plenty of stories where admins have ignored reports sent against bad players. And so the trolls quietly joined the team, pretending to be ordinary users, and then lured the group into terrible places teeming with monsters and destroyed them. They also often approached newcomers pretending to be kind, and those green fools fell for it. And so the trolls would then kill them and steal all the items, always making fun of the idiots who had fallen into the trap. And they did all sorts of weird things like creating conflicts between groups to make them fight. And if you compare the number of trolls with how unpopular the game was, they played a significant role in its complete failure. And of course, the main reason why the number of users was reduced to 4 was that the protagonist and his team were severely punishing all the few remaining trolls. If you were wondering why he suddenly launched into this explanation, so it was because it was the perfect time for the trolls to run wild. And he was explaining it to someone, saying that, summing up the information found so far, the awakened communities united after the shootout. And they not only shared information, but also weaved intrigues on the internet, on forums. There were also people selling his videos, and he recognized one of them, stating that this bastard was definitely a troll, and his name was Dojusum. He had an ad on the website with a video for only 10 million won. Such a good offer. The guy claimed he was selling videos of Sunho teaching him when he was a rookie. But Sunho said he never helped anyone, and he may have just been trying to lure people in with the help of edited footage, although it was quite impressive, and he wondered how he even came up with such crap in his head. He decided that, in any case, in order to fight back against such guys, he needed to increase his training time. So he smiled again, prepared himself for hard training, and opened the portal. For 13 days, whenever he had a free minute, he consistently studied the use of weapons on YouTube and techniques that could be applied in real combat. However, so far, what he had seen here was mainly intended to attack monster hideouts, and also for the direct cleansing of the monstrous monsters that inhabit these places. And besides, he had many weapons and strategies that did not take into account the disease. So from that day on, he was going to choose his main weapon, a weapon that could be easily used even if the disease spread, and which would be well suited for both fighting people and exterminating monsters. He started going through all his items and came to the conclusion that, given all the conditions, there were almost no weapons that he could use. He decided to try the slingshot first and picked it up. The choice fell on her because she was highly useful in many ways. But when he finally took aim at the target and fired, the projectile didn't even hit the white border but immediately bounced off the edge, to which he noted that the balls were seriously lacking power, and in the end, the only thing he had left was an Indian war club. In fact, if the illness was the main factor, there was nothing to worry about, and the easiest way to deal with a zombie was to crush the spores stuck inside the skull with a blunt weapon. So the first item he planned to buy from the level 10 shop was a blunt weapon type item called an ebony baton. So, needing to improve his skills, Sunho raised his baton and swung it with force. But he didn't know if it would be the best choice against humans either, and he found it too ambiguous. And then the steam release happened automatically. He just swung and hit the timing. Sonyo hit the club, and one blow after another hit the thick cork wooden body. He thought that if he met an awakened one with psychic abilities, he wouldn't be able to even lift a finger. But he was not going to just stand aside, but he grabbed his Indian club more tightly. Because in the survival game, killing a person earned him 50 points. He closed his eyes and began mental training. Thus, he was instantly transported into 3D space, and an enemy appeared in front of him, which quickly attacked him. And the main character stood there arguing that, of course, the killing system, which required mortal duels with nearby users, if you were registered as a killer, it prevented the abuse of player killings. But there would be a bunch of guys who would kill players for points, even if it meant penalties. So he had to show zero mercy to such people. his eyes flashed. And the next second, he unleashed 1,000 deadly blows on the enemy's body. However, Seonho soon came to his senses, breathing heavily and looking at the training dummy, and decided that it was still better to avoid them until he finished farming items and skills. And at the same time, he should completely dismantle the store and install a sensor on the second floor. Then he heard a howl and wondered why he was hearing a wolf at this hour. After some thought, he suggested that perhaps someone had gotten hurt near his shelter, and a little later he came there in his protective gear and lifted the visor of his helmet, noting that the beast was large enough to be ridden and that it was a gray wolf. He stated that the wolf was no longer breathing, but more important was the fact that it died next to his shelter. He didn't know whether to assume it was a stray wolf or one that had come down here after the attack. And to find out more details, he decided to first examine his wounds. And he immediately squatted down to examine it. But when he began to feel it, something flew out of the bushes behind him and hit him in the back. Then he realized that what had just hit him was nothing more than a baby wolf. He fell to the floor and added 2 plus 2, realizing that the fallen wolf was his mother. And so, lying on the ground, he watched as the little wolf protected its dead mother. He stood up and realized that he didn't even know what to do with it. He couldn't just forcefully drive away a wolf cub who was behaving like that. But he needed to bury the body quickly, so he immediately reached for a shovel. This had to be done because if the dead mother was a monster, she would turn into a bone crawler, and if not, it would attract other monsters. After a while, he dug a giant hole and looked down, joking that he could almost see China. Then Sonho looked at the animals and said that this little wolf cub reminded him of himself as a child, and his dog Munchie, whom he raised when he was little. These memories almost stirred up long-forgotten feelings in him, but he decided to suppress them. He took the wolf cub and lightly bit him on the scruff of the neck. And trying to hold him in his arms, he said that he should listen to what he would tell him. He showed him the hole and said that his mother would sleep here, and he would even make him a small dog door for the shelter, so that he could visit her when he missed her. The wolf cub's face became incredibly sad. Then the main character reached into his chest pocket, and taking out a treat, he said that he would make sure that he didn't go hungry until he grew up. In return, he will have to help him with his sense of smell by giving the dog a piece of treat. He began waving something else in front of him, which again attracted the wolf cub's attention, and smiling. The main character asked him whether he would go with him or not. And when the puppy was happy, Sunho understood what it meant, so he stroked him and said that from now on, he would be called Dingo. Shonho also said he was counting on it. A status window appeared, informing him that he had successfully named the wolf and successfully bonded with it, and the dog was now considered his property. 19 days left. The scene changed. Later, Sonho was training his new friend, and in one word declared that his kid was a genius, and told Dingo to do it again as he had taught him. And then the dog barked contentedly. The main character taught him to give a paw, to spin, and also commands like sit and lie down. Dingo obeyed them all. And then he asked him to be quiet, and the dog also obeyed, growling quietly. Shonho started to move away, putting his hand behind his back and stepping away from him. He put his hand in his pocket and took out a treat, saying that it was the last one's turn, and immediately threw the tasty bone into the air, commanding Dingo to jump, and Dingo ran to the nearest box and pushed off from it, and gracefully grabbed the bone in the air, revealing his white teeth. After Dingo landed on the ground, Seonho decided that it must be because he was a creature from another world. Besides, he was good at tracking, and that was perhaps the best blessing he had received so far. He took him in his arms and began to kiss him, saying that at this rate, he would grow too big, so he could continue doing this. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket began to vibrate. It was Hyunjin who called him, and Seonho noted that it was unusual for him to be the first to contact. Hyunjin ended up sending him a message telling him to search the internet for information about levitation. And he did it after seeing the guy Hyunjin was talking about doing a live demonstration for everyone. The hero looked on in shock because the guy literally became the first Superman and said that waves of zombies and monsters would soon come and a nightmare would begin. He also saw that the article had reached #1 in the rankings, and all the commenters were asking if it was true. Sunho noted that a lot of the comments were from ordinary people who had nothing to do with it. But there were also awakened people who called him an idiot for revealing his peculiarity to everyone. Shonho found it funny that they cursed him for not sharing information, but at the same time, they hated it when the information they knew was spread. However, after stopping his tirades, Sonho became thoughtful. He was curious about how the government would react to this. It seemed that some people were trying to use shock and superpowers as a reason to hold rallies, but he decided to stop and not dig too deep in this direction. The dog came up to him, and he thought that as soon as the second event happens, that very event with the goblins, he will naturally see the reaction and direction of the government's actions. So now he needed to use his time even more productively. He apologized to Dingo, but informed him that, starting today, they needed to begin their research immediately. Since thorough preparation was his only option now, Sunho asked Dingo if he was ready for this, and Dingo wagged his tail and barked in agreement. The scene shifted back to inside the portal. Seonho explained that of all the things he could do, the reason he chose interdimensional research was simple. Firstly, he needed to prepare for the upcoming event with the hobgoblins. He needed to properly capture the goblin's scent, and he led Dingo straight to the hideout following the scent trail. Sunho noted that it was better than he expected, and the next step was to check. Will Dingo be able to remain calm in a real fight? Only then will he take it upon himself. And whether the dog will be able to follow his commands. He made a special forces gesture. And with that one movement, he sent Dingo forward at incredible speed, and he rushed straight at the rabbit with the unusual coloring. Sunho explained that he was currently trying to confirm whether hunting was possible in another world, and Dingo successfully caught the rabbit in one bite. The main character praised him. Sunho came over and said that the rabbit ran away last time, so he couldn't check everything properly. And judging by the large size of his ears and the whole rabbit in general, and also the powerful, deadly claws protruding from the rabbit's paws, the main Gato realized that the animals here were definitely stronger than the earthly ones. After that, he continued his canine reconnaissance, but one question was spinning in his head. He looked at his companion, wondering what Dingo's IQ was. He decided that they needed to head to the valley, but suddenly something flashed blue. It turned out that it was a system window that said that his health had increased by 1. And he was a little surprised by this, especially considering his health was 170 in Kimbap form. It was actually going up pretty quickly. However, Dingo soon stopped and began breathing heavily and coughing near the bushes. And Sunho quickly ran up to him with a bottle of water, reminding him that he had told him not to move through the forest alone. But that burning sensation must have been from what he ate. And Sunho recognized the plant. It was called bull pepper. Having grabbed its fruit, he looked at it in shock, because he did not expect to find such a plant here. He praised Dingo, saying that he was a good boy, and promised to give him lots of treats later. With such a harvest, they went on their last hunt, which took place near the river, and Sunho asked Dingo if there were any smells or presences there, to which Dingo shook his head. Sunho explained that, of course, the red trout was not classified as a monster, so nothing was given for it. No glasses, no objects, but for a curious growing dingo, it was a lot of fun. And the experience alone was worth it. Sunho pierced one of them with a spear, stating that they could now complete preparations for the second phase of construction and go home. The next day, his sign was shown leaning over. It turned out that it was being loaded into the back of a truck, and the builder said that the demolition was complete. And if there are any problems with the repair, let him contact them. Sunho thanked him for his hard work since the morning. But looking back at his shop, he admitted that now that it had been demolished, he felt a bit uneasy. Then he went inside, reasoning that it was a necessary choice. And if someone is lucky enough not to turn into a zombie, then looting the store would be a natural thing. But the same thing applied to him. If he survived, he would also be looting, so he had no right to complain, but he should at least tidy up. Then someone came up from behind and said that he thought everyone thought the same thing. It was Hyunjin who reported that yesterday, he also left only the bare minimum of equipment. Sunho asked what he was doing here, and Hyunjin flicked him on the forehead, saying that he ignored his messages yesterday, so he came to check if he was even alive. Dingo started barking at him, and Hyunjin asked if he always had a husky. Seonho replied no, his dog died a long time ago, and Dingo was the new pet he brought home. Hyunjin called him adorable, but Sunho was more interested in what he was doing here. Hyunjin repeated that he had already told him that he came because he was worried about whether he was alive. Seonho doubted if this was all true, tilting his head in disbelief. And Hyunjin admitted that not only that, he was worried. He came because of those guys who attacked Mi Kyung. He finally found out who they were. A little later, they sat down outside to grab drinks, and Sunho clarified, does he mean that the group that Choljun gathered was hunting Mi Kyung Hyunjin? Confirmed this, adding that In Hyuk was also in their group, and then pointed to the mountain behind them, saying that they supposedly had a shelter there. Seonho asked how he even figured all this out, and Hyunjin replied that everything just came together perfectly. Seonho asked him to explain further, and Hyunjin told him that the guy who could levitate, Jin Sung, he asked him just in case, and he replied that he had indeed met with Choljun's group before, but they all seemed to him to be bad people, and their characters differed greatly, so he rejected their offer. After the incident with Mi Kyung, the female members started saying that they would leave the group. So when he asked them what happened, they all replied that they had received proposals from awakened groups, and he asked Sunho if he now had a picture. Sunho answered in the affirmative, adding that unlike Mi Kyung, they must have been tricked into joining, to which Hyunjin reported that their group had shrunk to 4 people, including him. Sunho was surprised because just a few days ago, there were 20 of them, and Hyunjin replied that he couldn't say he didn't understand it, and to be honest, there were only 2 awakened ones in his group. Sunho noted that it was ironic because they did them a favor and this was the result. Hyunjin said that this is how life works and everyone only cares about themselves. But more importantly, he was worried about his daughter, Lee-jun, and was thinking about calling his ex-wife. Seonho replied that he had forgotten that his situation was different from his own, and that was why he needed to ask if his way of thinking was really correct. So he told him that he was interested in something and asked him what he would do if people started threatening him if the apocalypse happened. Hyunjin replied that they would have to kill him, and his principle is not to harm others, but that goes without saying, and that in a disaster without the rule of law, absolute evil has no value in keeping him alive. However, he added that it was not like Sunho to ask such questions. Sunho replied that it just came to mind, and then his phone started ringing off the hook with cries for help. Hyunjin admitted that it scared the crap out of him and recognized the sound as a distress call for a missing child. Sunho looked at his phone. There was a tag and some information. He understood everything in a second. His face turned demonic, and he asked Hyunjin to keep an eye on Dingo for a minute, and it turned out that it was none other than Mi Kyung who pressed the button. We see In-hyuk and his group harassing her, and she said that she had already refused, but they continued to pursue her, and she, after climbing higher, asked why they were doing this. In-hyuk advised her to just think about it again, and the other guy stepped forward, declaring that he would do things his way. And it was Choljun. He was wearing a cap, and behind him was another bastard Skinny. And he said that this is a demolition zone, so no one will come here. Choljun said that she should stop wasting her energy and not forget that they have abilities too. At this time, we see Sunho hiding nearby with a gun, while Choljun promised to count to 3. While he was counting, Sunho loaded the slingshot and pulled the bowstring. Just before he reached 3, he fired. The projectile flew straight ahead while the bastard in the cap had already swung and hit Choljun in the shoulder, causing him to drop the bat. Then the guy dropped to one knee and In-hyuk and Skinny turned around, wondering who it was, and Sunho burst in there at that very second, walking closer to In-hyuk and asking why he even needed to answer them, and then pulled out his Indian club and struck from below upwards, hitting In-hyuk in the chin and throwing him back. Then he turned to Skinny and prepared to hit him. However, there was already a purple aura on his hand, and Sunho decided that this must be his specialty. And since the color was black, it was probably this very feature that blinded them. However, no matter how the Skinny guy moved, he was still able to hit him on the back of the head with a baton, grabbing him by the back of the head and throwing him into the wall with great force. Finally, he dealt with all the bastards and could calmly, but heavily, catch his breath. He started looking around, asking Mi Kyung if she was okay. But she screamed, telling him to be careful, and when Choljun suddenly jumped on him from behind, trying to knock him down with one blow of the bat. He barely dodged the attack, but it still cracked his helmet, and Sunho was surprised that the blow had so much force, even though it barely touched him. Choljun recognized him, declaring that he would cripple him today, while Shanho couldn't believe it, noting that his peculiarity was too imbalanced for the early stage. Choljun told his guys to get ready as they were going to give it their all. They didn't care that Seonho was awakened, and In-hyuk agreed and started releasing lightning. He went to the main character, saying that this is really what he deserves, and Sunho wondered what to do, shifting from foot to foot, and wondered if he would really have to use the spatial gate. Finally, In-hyuk rushed forward, directing his lightning bolts at the protagonist. But Dingo did the same. He flew out of the alley, and pushing off from the wall, he grabbed his hand just like during training in the forest. Seeing this, Hyunjin remarked that it was inappropriate in broad daylight, and if they didn't want to make a scene, he suggests that they get lost immediately. While calling the police, he asked them what they thought of his proposal, and after all 3 bastards fell silent, Choljun replied that they would retreat for today. Hyunjin was amazed at how they could be so confident when they were so weak, and then asked Sonho if he was okay. Immediately, Mikyung teleported from the rooftop and grabbed the main character by the head, asking if he was injured. Quickly ran up. She grabbed his helmet tightly, checking if he was really okay. Hyunjin offered to carry him on his back, and Seonho wondered why To and Byuk intersected with these people in his mind. His two teammates from the game. Mikyung insisted that they needed to go to the hospital, but he replied that he was fine and didn't have time to lie around, and then asked Hyunjin if he would be against accepting Mikyung into his group. Hyunjin replied that if she was okay with it, then, since they were now connected, he would be only too happy. The girl admitted that if he didn't mind, she would be delighted. Seonho said that he needed to go take care of something and that they would see each other next time. And when he left, Hyunjin and Mikyung wondered what was wrong with him. Why was he suddenly acting like this? It was interesting. Returning home, he decided to put his thoughts in order and put forward his plan for the second stage of preparation. He peered into the hole in the wall he had just made. His hasty departure was inevitable. And seeing the two of them, he felt that he could confide the secret of his ability to them. But this choice was impossible. To get the most out of owning the gate, he needed to level up his skills and farm, and to crush everyone with this power. This realization struck him, becoming even more obvious during the fight with Choljun's group. If he prepares for the apocalypse according to his plan, there will be a gap in levels of 3 or more, which will make the monsters that spawn around him stronger, making it harder for him to group up with the two of them. He continued his work and finally finished. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was quite late, but it was worth the time spent installing a wood stove in his shelter, saying he would now be able to sleep well at night, even if it gets very cold. And he saw that Dingo liked it, because Dingo fell asleep right by the fire. Sunho noted that all that remained was to install the goods, which would soon arrive without any problems, and the initial arrangement of the shelter would be almost complete. And since he's come this far, he might as well work all night long. 16 days until the apocalypse. We weren't told how much time had passed, but later on the news, we saw an update on the asteroid. NASA announced that Yunjinbai has reached the middle of the solar system, but they still closely followed its trajectory through the universe. And they also reported that the meteorite broke apart under Jupiter's gravity, creating an unaccounted variable in their calculations. In response, the head of the observation department, Thomas Chandler, stated that the two parts that formed were Yun, Jambai Alpha, and Beta, and that they had no chance of getting close to Earth. Sunho said that's when he realized what had happened. 5 days before the apocalypse, Yun Jambai Beta fell first, landing next to the Russian ship, and because of the resulting tsunami, the ship washed ashore in a Korean port. And that's how zombies first appeared in their country. The backstory seemed a little strange, but then he understood the reason. Everything fell into place. The news further said that after that shootout, it was reported that the head of One Tech had not left his residence for a week. And in response, opposition party leaders issued a joint statement announcing their agreement to hold a hearing. And some said that this was connected with rumors about the Awakened and the impending catastrophe. Sunho noted that it really was the end of the world. And the only good thing was that the media showed interest. Therefore, it became more difficult for the Awakened to commit crimes, and he wondered what the community's reaction had been. We saw people discussing how they would go rob a bank tomorrow, and other nonsense. Sunho said there were a lot of crazy opinions, but that's all. However, something caught his attention. He recognized the nickname My Dream, a player well known for his kind attitude towards newcomers, with whom he himself played on more than one occasion. He thought back to his time with his gaming team. It turned out he'd built a bunker, and Seonho said that if it weren't for the portal, he might have been tempted. But there was no news that his veteran friends had joined him. So he didn't initiate contact first, but for now, he added it to his bookmarks, and then decided that it was time for him to go finish building the second shelter. The next day on the street, Sunho wondered if it was really possible to not sleep for 2 nights in a row, feeling like he would pass out as soon as he closed his eyes. But the sight of how well the exterior turned out gave it a lot of energy, and now it was time for the main event. His face even began to sweat a little. Harnessing the power of solar panels has proven to be much more difficult than one might think. And starting with converting DC to AC, he had to go through several stages of wiring to make the system compatible with electronics. We watched as he connected his phone, expressing hope that everything would work the first time. And that's how it happened. After which, he said that it was just great. He began to shake, because finally the foundation for survival in his other world was properly laid. And having arranged a rather cozy little room, he felt a powerful surge of dopamine for the first time in a long time. And there were good reasons for that. He opened the room with a heavy door. There was a safe, and the main character said that in the place where he collected stones, digging deeper, he found a mineral harder and sharper than obsidian. Having discovered an emerald, which at that time was practically useless, but looking at it again, he realized that it was better than nothing. He said he would install LED lighting later tonight, and that before going to bed he needed to sort out his food supplies. But then he heard Dingo barking from outside. Wondering what was going on, he went outside with his gear, asking Dingo what was going on. And what he saw surprised him. His face immediately changed. There was a red wolf and a bunch of other wolves with him. Monsters from the game. And Sun-Ho noted that he didn't know why the creatures that lived in the highlands were here, but judging by Dingo's rage, these were definitely the same wolves that killed his mother. He gestured to Dingo to be quiet. But of course, Dingo only had a bloody haze before his eyes, and Sun-Ho said that he was in trouble. And frankly speaking, he had no chance to defeat them at that moment. And if he had moved from his place for a normal weapon, he would have exposed his back and they would have torn him to pieces. In that case, there was only one option left. And the solution he came to was to force the leader to leave the place, for the rest of the pack to leave on its own. And he had reason to believe that was possible. All because they were very careful, and only after the alpha wolf made the first move, they will feel safe. He noted that they had a habit of attacking in a coordinated manner, and like any wolves, they were vulnerable to strong smells. Luckily, he had pepper spray in his pocket, which he used on the kobold. And in other words, he could simply spray it on the alpha. And although it would not kill him, it would drive him away from the shelter. However, if the beast had decided to attack him, he would have been the first to fall down. He didn't know if there was a way to stop him and get the spray. And then it dawned on him. An idea shot into his head. He said he didn't know if it would work in practice, even though it should in theory. But he had no choice, because if he backed down, the shelter he had worked so hard to build would be destroyed. He yelled at the alpha and swung, throwing the knife forward, but the leader instantly dodged, and looking straight at the main character, he began to growl. After which he jumped and rushed straight at him, when the wolf was already in flight and approached, opening its mouth. Sun-Ho instantly activated his ability and opened a portal, and then instantly closed it, causing the beast to hit its head with great force. He then pulled out his yellow pepper spray from behind his back and began to pour water on the beast from the heart. The red wolf could not even touch the ground with his paws. After this, the alpha began to cough heavily, and Sun-Ho ran up, saying that this is not all, grabbed him by the neck and stabbed him right in the eye. His blood was also green, and the wolf immediately pulled away, and he took off running, forcing the flock to follow him. And Sun-Ho sat up and breathed a sigh of relief, saying that he thought he would die of fear. Dingo ran up, and Cheon told him to stop being a crybaby, patted on the head, and just wait a little longer, promising that he would definitely avenge his mother. Dingo looked at him with eyes full of loyalty. 15 days until the apocalypse. He came back and finished arranging his basement, after which the scene changed, and he went to the hardware store and the drugstore because he wanted to complete at least a minimal defense before going to bed. By that point, he hadn't slept for 68 hours, and said that in a sense, he got off easy, because if they had been werewolves, he wouldn't have had a chance at all. Thinking about it again, he realized that he had relaxed and let his guard down. And now I thought only about the nearest living monsters that I had already seen, completely ignoring the variables. And since it has come to this, after conducting additional reconnaissance with a drone, it would be better to expand the territory and build a shelter, to provide himself with more space for farming and storing supplies. Hyunjun noticed him from across the road and started calling out to him, but Sun-Ho was still lost in his thoughts, telling himself that he needed to build a moat to create a second line of defense, and also add more beacons to expand the range of its infrared laser. Hyunjun called out to him again. Cheon asked what he was doing there, to which Hyunjun replied, saying that he wanted to ask him the same thing. And Sun-Ho informed him that he had come to buy something. Hyunjun asked if he had come to buy a gun too, but Sun-Ho was surprised, asking why he would buy it from a hardware store at all. Hyunjun replied that it wasn't him who was going to do it, but one of his team members wanted to buy them. And we got a little clarification. It turned out that Hyunjun found his partner hanging around near a hardware store and tried to dissuade her from buying a gun. Hyunjun told Sunho that she simply didn't believe him, and Sunho asked why he didn't just show her the initial summary he gave her, to which Hyunjun replied that of course he showed it, but she could not accept the very fact of the existence of this disease. Then Sunho said to forget about all this, as this girl continued to stare at him silently. And then she finally spoke, saying that she recognized him and that he was the owner of the restaurant. Sunho confirmed this, and she asked what had happened to him, as the aura around him had completely changed. She apologized, saying that perhaps she had been rude and was meddling in matters that were none of her business, and then took out her business card, introducing herself as Cho Soo-yeon. And Sunho also introduced himself and took her business card in his hands. And at that moment, he was surprised to discover that she was a qualified doctor. After learning who she was, he taught her the basics of the game, just like he did with Hyunjun and Mi-kyung. To which she replied that, frankly speaking, she didn't really understand everything and didn't even really believe it. Because if you approach game settings from a scientific point of view, there are simply no answers. Sunho said that, in the end, it was a game. And she replied that she understood that part, but she needed to know more. And when Sunho asked what exactly, she stated that she knew he was awakened. Sunho asked why she thought so, and she replied that there was just a certain confidence in his explanation. And while she was listening, this thought suddenly occurred to her. Sunho laughed, saying that it was impossible, and once again noted that women's intuition was a frightening thing. Soo-yeon thanked him, saying that he had been very helpful and that he had inspired great confidence. Hyunjun then wondered what the difference was between the two of them, to which she asked, was he really that slow in explaining that they had different depths of understanding? After which he told Sunho that she wanted to be friends with him. She extended her hand toward the protagonist. The next day, we saw a happy Sunho in his bunker, looking at his simple weapon. He mounted the spearhead on the shaft, and it looked very good. With that, his basic toolkit was complete. He called Dingo and told him that today was the day they would go to avenge his mother. And even if it wasn't exactly revenge, if anyone discovered their hideout, they were to find and kill them as soon as possible. Adding that Dingo probably understood that he would have to give it his all today. They were already wearing masks and suits. He even got a small gas mask for Dingo, and they headed to their hideout. But Sunho was puzzled because there were only 4 wolves there, and he didn't even see the leader. Then he said that he now understood everything, looking into his monocular, and seeing the owlbear tear the alpha to pieces, he noted that as long as he didn't get too close, his neighbor was quite reliable. And a pack of maned wolves that had lost their leader was very easy to deal with. It seemed as if their brains had been pulled out of their heads, because of which their coordination was terrible. They literally couldn't get it together, and this allowed him to catch them and defeat them one by one. He shot one of them with a net thrower, quickly tying him up. And the whole wolf started squealing, and Sunho said that everything was fine, and he immediately puts him out of his misery by finishing him off, for which he received 3 points, while the other wolves turned around to look at him, noticing the murder of their comrade, and immediately rushed at the main character from all sides. They began the chase, running forward with insane demonic speed, but one of them took the initiative and jumped straight at him. Sunho didn't lose his composure and sprayed him with pepper spray, while the other 2 came in from the flanks, and then Sunho swung his spear with all his might and pierced one right in the chest. The blow passed right through, and at that moment, another wolf attacked him from behind. He realized this, but decided to trust Dingo, and Dingo flew in, butting the creature with his head. Sunho praised Dingo, saying that from now on, he would finish off the rest, as he just needed to make sure they were dead. He gained more points and leveled up to level 5, and now his trait has additional effects. The protagonist found this very interesting and wondered what it was. And we saw that he had gained transparency abilities, which meant that the door could become invisible to others, and a projection that showed the landscape on the other side. Moreover, he could also hear all the sounds from the projected location. Sunho said it was cool and immediately opened a portal, but only to be further amazed, as he could see the inside of his house. He wondered if transparency was turned on automatically and called it complete madness. He was worried about what would happen if a dungeon gate, similar to a spatial door, appeared later. But this eliminated all the inconveniences and compensated for many weaknesses. If this effect appeared at level 5, it meant that more would likely be added. And he never thought about the level, since he was not sure whether the skill would grow or not. But since that was the case, he thought that he should now pay even more attention to the events that were about to happen. But before that, he still had a lot of things to do. and he needed to bury these wolves before they turned into creepers. Oh my god. The scene soon returned to the mine, jumping back in time to 2 days after the wolves were subdued. During this time, he accomplished many things. First, in that other world, he conducted another ecological study. Within a radius of about 1 kilometer, only various animals were present. He again confirmed there were no monsters. He then received information that there was a goblin nest 3 kilometers away from him. A nest that size would likely be inhabited by hobgoblins, so it would be difficult for him to deal with it right now. Having gained confidence in our safety, we saw him with a chainsaw when he said it was time to start working. He began clearing the surrounding bushes and trees to level the area and turn the shelter into a proper refuge. With Dingo's help, they drew a large circle 30 meters in diameter and erected a barbed wire fence. But he said he planned to install another layer of circular barbed wire fencing and go another 2 meters deep. Of course, all this time I was monitoring the situation in real time through the spatial gates. On TV, they were saying that cases had already been opened against the awakened. Then, in reality, he started by purchasing various materials in remote construction stores. He visited a large home goods hypermarket to buy a set of professional tools. Then, on his way home, he checked on Choljong's hideout. He watched from behind the fence, taking photos along the way. He then rented a motorcycle and a mini excavator to get there before the Iron Death began. Additionally, thanks to Jadok, he injected himself with a certain amount of poison every day to build up immunity, and eventually accumulated enough to use on weapons. However, at that moment, he was extremely agitated, reading the post and saying that it was some kind of nonsense. Dream wrote that number 1 had joined his group, the same player with 4,500 hours of playtime. The protagonist immediately remembered survivor number 1, who always dressed in a strange strawberry dress and cat ears. Sun Ho wondered if this meant that the shooting, government control over the media, and the president's behavior not leaving his residence. Was all this just a coincidence? But no matter how much he thought about it, it didn't make any sense. The reason he thought number 1 would be next to the president wasn't just his hunch that he knew about the event. The first was an item collector who would definitely demand a giant hideout in exchange for providing information. Among the candidates worth cooperating with, he assumed that he would choose the president who possessed the greatest power. The chances were pretty high that it was a bluff, but why would Dream do that? It was confusing, but delaying the problem wouldn't solve it. If the former has indeed gone over to Dream's side, he too will have to change his plans. Sun Ho headed to the computer club dressed as a typical geek and creating a fake game account and VR ID. He had it all figured out. He wrote to Dream, asking if they could join the chat. Sunho said that if he didn't respond soon, he would have to postpone the matter. But Dream replied that few people knew his ID. Asking where they should go, Sunho wondered if he really was unemployed. Then he told him to come into the White Room. They continued their small conversation, and Sunho said it was time to check whether he was real or an imposter. We saw the protagonist and Dream enter the White Room at the same time. Immediately, the one he was waiting for came out to him. Dream was wearing a hat and a long trench coat. He thanked her for the invitation, but said it wasn't very pleasant. Sunho asked why. Dream replied that he'd even joined the VR chat at his request, and that Dream was still using his incognito alias. And, to top it all off, he was wearing a ridiculous mask. Seonho apologized, saying he had nothing to gain from being nice to him. Dream asked if that meant he was a veteran. Seonho replied that he might or might not be. Dream said, "Excellent," and added that he would ask 3 questions. If he answered them correctly, he would recognize him. Sunho confirmed this and ordered him to ask the questions. Dream then asked what the werewolf's maximum vertical leap was. Sunho replied, 3 meters. Dream asked about the owlbear's weakness. Sunho replied that he must have been joking. It was a bright light. Dream then asked about the stages of evolution and forms of zombies. Sunho explained that the zombies didn't have the ability to infect. Instead, they consumed nutrients. When the nutrients accumulated, they transformed into ghouls, but not before some became enhanced zombies. Dream said that was a good answer. Then he asked how many events were actually supposed to happen. Seonho replied that he hadn't intended to tell him that, and Dream laughed, saying he really was one of the veterans. Seonho told him to shut up, and said that this seemed to be sufficient as proof, so let him call the first one, because if it was true, he would also join in. Dream replied that fortunately, he couldn't do that. Sunho asked why that was. Dream said that, by the way, the weather was really nice today, and he had a feeling that something was going to happen soon. Sunho replied that it seemed like he was talking nonsense to buy time. Then it dawned on him, and he said that Dream must have been tracking his IP address all this time. While Dream said goodbye to him and disappeared into the information air, leaving the lobby. Several men in suits entered the computer club. The hostess immediately greeted them. One of the men, without saying hello, stepped forward and ordered the other two to block the door. The receptionist told him to pay for the time he used it, but he replied that that was not what they were there for. They didn't come here to play games, but to find someone. The man thought they were supposed to set up an ambush. He looked her in the eyes, commanding her to cooperate. She found herself under mind control and responded, "Of course." Sun Ho thought that judging by the situation, it was a mental type. And if so, he needed to act quickly. If he was caught, he would become a puppet. He headed to the men's room, carefully pulling his cap onto his head and using the spatial gate. While the man asked everyone in the room in turn if they were the incognito, and they immediately fell under his control and said clearly whether they knew anything about it. After checking everyone, he realized that there was only one place left and headed to the toilet. Once inside, he told the nameless man to stop joking and come out already. Then he wondered if he was a user of stealth-type abilities, and he opened the door. He had encountered them before, so he knew what to do. He filled the bucket. And then he said that it was necessary to spray water to find places where the moisture was unevenly distributed. Or if they somehow managed to catch them, then for them, it was an instant end to the game. Sun Ho, watching the search for the employee, was glad that he had pressed himself tightly against the wall because it was too close, and he almost got caught. But he could have. The portal with the agent was right in front of him. The man realized that the protagonist must not have been a stealth-type user and took out a radio, saying that this was the type of movement, so they needed to search the area immediately, and that it was a big fish. If they took him alive, he would get them everything they wanted. Sun Ho said it was certainly bittersweet. Even though Dream was rich in reality, he acted like a gentleman in the game. It was a pitiful sight, apparently, when he tried to make slaves. He then thanked Dream, coating his spear with poison. He honestly didn't know it was Dream, his fault. But Cheon Ho said he'd considered it many times but still hesitated. But thanks to him, his thoughts have now become clearer. By his own standards, he will meet fire with fire. And no one should expect mercy until the apocalypse comes. The main Geiro assumed a fighting stance, radiating an aura. 12 days left. Dream wondered who the hell this veteran was supposed to be. Even if his skill was a movement type, as he assumed, the veteran with a ton of playing time certainly had more tricks up his sleeve. As soon as he said this, Sun Ho appeared behind him and greeted him, and then, taking a stance, he rushed forward. Dream noticed this, but it was too late because he received a blow to the leg, which immediately cut through the flesh, leaving behind a poison that instantly began to spread throughout the body and poison it. And while the poison was spreading through his veins, Dream said that this was probably the same incognito, but Sun Ho immediately slammed his face into the glass, saying that he never allowed him to turn around. He then asked what it felt like, as the poison should have already spread through his body. Dream tried to say something else, but Sun Ho told him to shut up. Since the apocalypse hadn't begun yet, the training hadn't started either. He pulled out a knife, which meant the kill system wasn't unlocked either. And he cut the gun off his hip, and then, putting a knife to his throat, he said that even if he killed him, he would not receive any fines. Then Dream fell silent, and Cheon Ho said that he was a real veteran too, so he should have understood what he meant. And although he was now conscious, his body would not move again. He then asked why the hell he had betrayed Survivor Number 1 and targeted innocent people. After which he told him that the way he looked at that moment was less like a human and more like a monster that was pleasant to farm. Dream called him a bastard while Cheon Ho started taking his things, telling him to consider it payment for trying to deceive him and turn him into his slave. He warned him that next time it wouldn't be just a warning and he would actually kill him. Then he stabbed him in the back of the head. The scene suddenly changed. The main character reported that before the group arrived, he had escaped from the computer club and returned home, heading straight to the other world and retrieving the wallet and gun he had taken from him. He said he would first check his ID. His name was Kwon Kyung-jin. He was 38 years old, and he owned and operated a golf club. From there, he controlled 3 bunkers. But he was also a complete womanizer. He also seemed to have a good skill, judging by his total time in the game. He conducted experiments using his mind control skill. Sun Ho said that this must have been all the useful information he had, but his skills didn't necessarily improve just because of long periods of playing, because if that were the case, what about himself? He then thought about it, saying that since the goal of the game was always to survive, his skill was practically cheat level, but only for veterans. He then decided to leave this hypothesis as probable until he could test the skill of another veteran. As a game like the Apocalypse approached, he could only be sure of one thing. Just being awakened had already enhanced his physical abilities beyond those of ordinary people. Of course, his recent training had helped too. He picked up the silenced pistol and fired. Having hit the target accurately, his accuracy also increased compared to an ordinary shooter. He promised himself that the next time he practiced shooting, he would do it without a full magazine. Then he heard his portal notifications go off again, and again, and again. And deciding to see what happened there, he crawled into the portal with only half his body, wondering what was happening. He poked his head through the portal, looking at his computer, and was very surprised. Since the second event started then, Sunho said it was good. He immediately jumped into the car, turned on the headlights, and drove off. It was already evening. On the way, the guy looked at the time on the dashboard and wondered why it had to be so far away. Why Koyasan? Then he saw an update that someone had spotted a goblin near the reservoir. He quickly pulled over to the side of the road in a cool drift style. And immediately as soon as he stopped, he jumped out of the car with his tools. Entering the forest, he told Dingo that they would now hunt goblins. Lost in his memories, he explained that the moment he saw the post, he jumped into the car and headed straight for the mountains for two reasons. First, since the problem was so widespread, the police would obviously begin cordoning off the area. Secondly, goblins were nomadic monsters, and they would definitely build a temporary nest under the command of a hobgoblin. He asked Dingo to pick up their scent quickly so that they could follow it. And after this command, Dingo barked and then began to sniff the ground. After which, having caught the scent, he raised his muzzle and led Sunho behind him. Sunho was surprised that he picked up the scent so quickly, but he was proud of him, barely keeping up with his white friend. At one point, Dingo sped up and ran as fast as he could, and then he jumped through the bushes, leaving a hole in them behind him. Sunho also quickly followed him. He was unable to jump over them so easily. He called his dog an idiot and asked if there wasn't a better way. However, at that moment, Dingo stopped and barked. They were there. And what he saw ahead were police officers lying on the ground and goblins everywhere. Sunho told himself to calm down and approached one of the police officers, and having checked his breathing, said that he was still alive. Since there were no obvious wounds, this meant that he had only been hit with paralyzing poison. But he wondered who had taken his gun. Or perhaps it had been called out of the blue and he hadn't had it at all. He laid them down in a row, saying that if they rested for about 30 minutes, they would be fine. Then he decided that it was necessary to inspect another part of the battlefield, and he checked the goblins, noting that they were riddled with bullets. He wondered why they'd taken the gun in this situation. There was so much commotion. Then he thought about it, and it seemed like an idea came to his head. He thought about it and said there might be a golden goblin in the group. A bastard like that immediately popped into his mind. If that was the case, there was no way he could let it go and let anyone else take it. Having made this decision, he used the police officer's phone to call for backup. He left a note with their exact location and instructions to bury the goblin's body so it wouldn't rot. Since information about the monsters had already spread on social media, there was no point in hiding them from that point on. From that moment on, the race against time began. He told Dingo he'd been counting on him. 11 days until the apocalypse. Elsewhere on the mountain, we saw a man blocking an attack, and he swung at the goblin, who stepped back. He then asked his captain if it was okay for him to act as a tank while unawakened. The dude stood there in a calm aura and answered him that he had no choice, since his specialization was psychokinesis, which had quite a long time of use. But he told me not to worry. He threw 3 stones forward at once, and having knocked out one of the goblins, he said that he would definitely provide cover. Tank asked if he was sure the rest of the group was already on their way. He replied that they had already reached the mountain, but said that they could not easily climb it because the police stopped them. Tank then wondered if they should retreat too, but the dude told him to look at it as an opportunity. And he added that they had seen these goblins in the game many times, and all of them were without their main weapons and paralyzing poison. The tank had a hard time, and his captain told him not to panic and just keep doing what he was doing. If they can deal with these guys and capture the hobgoblin group that separated from the main pack, they will have a huge advantage. And if he understood everything, they should stop whining and concentrate. A club came out of nowhere and distracted him, hitting him on the arm. He fell to his knees, saying he couldn't believe a mere goblin had figured out their counter strategy. He wondered what to do now that the goblins were starting to occupy the space around him, and suddenly rushed at the two of them to finish what they had started. But then an arrow flew in, hitting one of them in the head. Then 2 more followed, with another shot to the head and 1 to the chest. Tank looked around in confusion, seeing one goblin corpse and another shaking in pain. And then he peered into the depths of the forest, wondering where the arrow had suddenly come from. The scene changed, and we saw Sunho inside his bunker, holding his bow. He said he didn't know if it was necessary to interfere in other people's problems, but noted that he paid a fair price. Thanks to them, he confirmed the information that the awakened ones could not rise, and was able to stumble upon a group of goblins whose powers were weakened. From now on, he needed to act quickly. The method he planned to deal with the group of goblins was simple. At first, he attracted the goblins' aggression. For example, with a small stone to the back of his head. As the enraged goblin approached the gate, while he used soda cans to distract them, he had to strike them from behind with a long spear. He could already taste the green blood. And since the gates were invisible to the monsters, as soon as the goblin began to scream in pain, using the spatial gate as a wall, he removed the spear, and pulling him back into the portal, erasing all traces of the attack. Then the hobgoblin, who had high perception scores, I saw only my fallen subordinate, and gave orders to the remaining 3 goblins. The protagonist looked with disgust at these creatures weakened by fear. He took advantage and cut them down in one fell swoop, as he had done many times before. Shonho rushed forward, instantly killing all 3 of them. He said that so far everything was going according to plan. Now he had to react in accordance with the behavioral patterns of those who remained. But what he saw in front of him surprised him. The golden goblin ran away from the hobgoblin. That's how the little creature hid behind the huge creature's back. The protagonist, looking at this, decided that since it had come to this, he would have to take a risk. The hobgoblin charged, and Sunho said it was crazy, but he had no choice. The monster's blow hit the protagonist right on target. Even though he blocked the attack with his machete, he was still thrown into a tree. He began coughing up blood, saying the blow was harder than he expected. If he had lost consciousness, that would have been the end of it. The hobgoblin came up to finish him off, and he raised his club, forcefully aiming it straight at the head of the poor protagonist. But then his will to survive skill activated. We saw his eyes glow with a golden light. When the hobgoblin struck the tree, the protagonist was no longer there. Sunho slipped past him right behind the golden goblin and instantly pulled out a pistol, pointing the barrel at the cowardly monster. He put 2 bullets into the back of his head, just like a gangster in the ghetto, and quickly opened his gates. And then he took the loot and threw it into his bunker, saying that this was the end of the first phase of farming. The hobgoblin rushed towards the protagonist again, who was still under the influence of the aura. So he raised the gun, putting 1 bullet into his shoulder and another into his bicep. The monster collapsed to the ground. He asked the hobgoblin if he really thought he'd win just because he'd managed to hit him, but now it was his turn. He quickly began chopping it into pieces. The last sound from the monster's mouth was only a drawn-out cry of pain. After some time, the main character looked at the notifications and realized he'd leveled up, gained 18 points, and the terrain sense skill. He breathed a sigh of relief, because now it was all over. The skill allowed him to see, feel, and intuitively react to the terrain within his field of vision. He noted that it was a pretty useful skill to start with, which was quite nice. He also received bracers that gave him a +2 bonus to manual labor. We heard another goblin cry and a man's voice saying they were here. Sunho turned around wondering, has the search party already arrived here? But he said that he took what he needed. So now is the time for him to sit out in the bunker until the search is over. The next day in the bunker, Dingo started licking him and he woke up, looking at his watch and asking if he had really slept the whole day. From now on, unless it was an extreme situation, he should refrain from activating the will to survive. But before he went outside, he needed to check the loot he'd gotten from the goblin. 9 days left. Sunho approached the spoils and noted that, as he expected, the golden goblins were indeed different from the usual ones. He was given a revolver and admitted it was impressive, but added that he didn't expect to see a knife with the characteristic of permanent immutability. The weapon was made of mithril and was not affected by the disease. But the hero wondered, how did a simple goblin get an item that cost 100 points in the store? He examined the surface carefully and noticed that it was a little uneven. He then asked to wait a moment, realizing that the goblins in this world carried metal weapons. And given the level of their civilization, which was quite primitive, there was no way they could have made it themselves. After that, he began to wonder if some kind of mutation had occurred here, and they had become smarter. He added that this could be nothing more than a guess, but he will still have a chance to study these subjects properly. The hero got hold of shadow grapes, which improved night vision. He explained that this was what allowed the day goblins to move freely during the dark hours. Finally, he opened his status window, and it turned out that his stats were quite good, and he had 77 points left to distribute. He stated that the speed of his development was much higher than during the game. That was all he needed to check in this world. Then he opened the gate. As soon as the connection was established, he was immediately inundated with messages. He wondered what was going on since Hyunjun, Mi-kyung, and even Soo-yeon were writing. He noted ironically that he had never been so popular before and decided that he should head to the fitness center. He did so, informing Hyunjun upon arrival that he was already there. Hyunjun and Mi-kyung quickly ran up to him, and Hyunjun admitted that he was very nervous. Then Seonho asked who was standing behind them. Hyunjun replied that he should introduce himself since their group members were present. He added that they all probably knew Seonho as the owner of the snack shop. One of the men introduced himself as Lee Kyung-hoon, and the woman identified herself as Kim Bora. Seonho also introduced himself in response. He then asked Hyunjun where their last member was. Hyunjun explained that the man had gone to a large discount camping gear store and asked Seonho if he knew of such a place. Seonho replied that he had no idea such a store existed nearby. Mi-kyung explained that the store had only opened a month ago and was state-of-the-art. Hyunjun then asked him if he had looked into the information about yesterday's incident and the news. Sunho confirmed that he had certainly researched everything, as he had watched a video about it on YouTube. The doctor who dissected the goblin found on the mountain warned everyone to prepare for the apocalypse, and the president held a national security meeting, announcing that an investigation would be launched into the game. They will locate the creator of the survival game and listen to the opinions of the awakened. Hyunjun then asked Sunho about his future plans. Sunho didn't understand and asked again what he was talking about. Hyunjun explained that since Sunho knew a lot, they wanted to get advice from him. Kyung-hoon asked Hyunjun if he was serious, adding that he had already advised him to continue stocking up on supplies as he was doing now, because goblins only gave points anyway, and even if an awakened one killed one, at best, he would move from the first level to the second. Seonho was indignant, wondering what the guy was even talking about, and bluntly told Kyung-hoon that he was wrong. Kyung-hoon responded by asking if he'd even played the game. Seonho denied it, but added that a little reading on the community forum could reveal a lot. To which Kyung-hoon responded that this was precisely why one shouldn't trust the community too much, and asked if Sunho understood this. Bora then turned to Kyung-hoon, saying that she had long been curious to know who turns into monsters when exposed to zombie spores, and who survives, and whether there were any conditions that determined the likelihood of conversion after infection. He assured her that, at the very least, anyone who came into contact with an awakened one should be completely fine. She asked him to explain further, and he became a little angry, replying that they probably already knew the reason for his awakening. In short, it happened because he was playing the game and came into contact with the system. And so, although they themselves were not awakened, their interaction with him guaranteed their safety. Bora admitted that he sounded convincing and declared her intention to stay close to him. Kyung-hoon laughed, advising her to trust him, but Mi-kyung interrupted him, saying she had a question too. She noted that the training had been incredibly difficult and asked if he had managed to complete it. He ignored her question, telling her not to worry and promising to make sure to protect them all, while Sunho was simply confused about what was wrong with this guy. Sunho mentally acknowledged that this hypothesis seemed somewhat plausible, but there was no evidence anywhere that the awakened could be exposed to spores and still remain normal. He sighed, deciding it was a hopeless case. And he thought that Hyunjun probably called him precisely because he didn't trust this guy either. He decided to get up and leave for now, as he absolutely did not want to share direct information with such a person. Everyone tried to stop him, but the guy only told Hyunjun that he had some business to do and would contact him later. After leaving the club, he reviewed his list of loot locations before the outbreak. He added the tourist shop Hyunjun had mentioned and crossed out the regular 24-hour supermarket. By the time he reached his home, he found Soo-yeon waiting for him. She said she needed to show him something. The girl came to give him something and asked if he minded staying a minute. He said he didn't mind, and asked what they were talking about. The girl gave him a pack of painkillers and antibiotics that couldn't be bought without a prescription. He was surprised and asked if she was really giving it to him, to which the girl replied that she saw no reason not to. She explained that if the medication ran out, she could simply forge a prescription and get more, and then gave him her address, adding that it was also written on the package. He asked why she was giving him this too, and she replied that their relationship was based on mutual exchange, so they needed to know each other's whereabouts. He agreed that if that was the case, it was perfectly reasonable. Then she said she was going to stop by Hyunjun's to talk to him, and said goodbye. As she was leaving, the protagonist told her to be careful, and Sooyeon responded by reminding him to make sure to pay for the medication and not to forget her address under any circumstances. As she left, he mentally noted to himself that she had acted quite forcefully, a real disaster. After the second meeting with Sooyeon, time flew by again. During this period, he visited many places, bought a lot of things and equipment, and in another world, he built a warehouse out of sandwich panels and started loading all the items into it. Having received the reserved mini excavator, he simultaneously began construction work, while the world around us was descending into chaos. There were protests everywhere. On TV, people were constantly arguing. There were debates and various programs. Everything continued until the UN called an emergency meeting. The press was flooded with articles about the US president planning a visit to Korea, and there was a strange feeling that NASA could not predict. It was announced that following the Yunjam Beta meteorite, Yunjam Alpha is approaching Earth. The scene changed. Seagulls were flying, and 4 whole days passed. And now he was in the port where the final event was to unfold, the appearance of the Russian ship. The protagonist was literally beaming before his mission. 5 days remained until the apocalypse. After making sure there was no one in the harbor, he entered the abandoned building to prepare. Inside, he opened his gate and explained that the reason he had come here, despite the risk of becoming a zombie, was very simple. It consisted of obtaining additional firearms from the Russian ship. Zombie spores, which were pathogens in the form of ray particles, were highly permeable and impossible to avoid. Becoming a zombie now, or 5 days later, made no difference to him as a man without a family. Of course, there was the option of going to live in another world with Dingo, but what would be the point of that for him as a human being? At this point, his preparations were complete. And this did not mean that he was going to die. He just made a different choice than everyone else. High risk, high reward, because that's what life was all about after all. He'd read old patch notes that mentioned a lot of things. For example, the provision of weapons for 10 points during the tutorial, as well as how zombies were weakened and how the methods of earning points were diversified. All of this was supposed to begin with the arrival of Yunjam Beta. He expressed mild surprise, noting that the admin seemed to have known in advance that the apocalypse would become reality. Then his phone beeped, and he knew it was all over. He read that the Yunjam Beta meteorite was supposed to fall into the South Sea, right next to the port where he was located. Suddenly, sirens began to wail incredibly loudly around the city, and the water near the shore began to rapidly recede. The most powerful low tide, as exposing the bottom and causing boats to run aground. But in the distance, one ship was visible, carried by the waves, which created a mini tsunami. The speed was simply incredible. As we approached the embankment, it became clear that it would cover absolutely everything. The wave began to cover the city, and Sunho could not help but call what was happening complete madness. He added that dealing with zombies and monsters was much better and easier than to try to resist natural disasters, because surviving the latter seemed completely impossible. His hands holding the binoculars began to shake, and he told himself that he had to act quickly. He turned and looked at the boat. It was clear that all his equipment was already ready. The very next moment, he had changed his clothes and was preparing to push his boat into the water, realizing that he had to move as quickly as possible before government agents arrived. And at that moment, holding on to the boat, he jumped from the second-to-last floor of the abandoned building straight into the tsunami. As soon as the rubber of his boat touched the water, he directed the boat straight towards the ship. He tied himself to the safety line, but it was noticeable that his hands were shaking unbearably. Shonho checked the time and realized that everything was going according to schedule. Then he looked to the side and noted that it seemed like the awakened ones really didn't turn into zombies, just as Kyung-hoon had said. He didn't feel even the slightest tingling sensation. But for him, this was excellent news. And finally, the time had come to climb aboard. He climbed the ladder, and having climbed up, he noticed zombified sailors and greeted them, asking how they were doing. Holding a mace and shield in his hand, he noticed that the zombies in this game were quite specific. According to the game settings, they could not infect others with the virus, but they perceived everything around them as prey, and also had a habit of becoming stronger the more nutrients they absorbed. He rushed forward with his shield, knocking one of them to the floor, and then raised his mace, telling all the stupid bastards to shut up right now. And then he began to crush the skulls of all the walking dead on the ship. Having quickly dealt with the second one, he wondered if the creators didn't realize how much they had nerfed these zombies. He scored 4 points and noted that initially, even with an iron weapon, he would have had to land at least 2 more hits to kill them. However, he couldn't afford to relax, remembering his experience with the orcs. His weapon was stained with the purple blood of zombies. However, after looking inside the ship, he said that for a veteran player, such a mistake. This is something that can only be done once. So, Sonho headed inside, having looked around and having established that zombies were indeed swarming here, but decided for now to focus on clearing out those that were in the corridor. He got 4 more points, killing 2 with 1 hit, and decided he needed to move on. Namely, where there was a high probability of finding a pistol, in the wheelhouse. Then he heard a shot, and wondered if there was still a survivor on board. This meant that even if an unawakened being had no contact with an awakened being and was exposed to the spores, there was still a chance that they would survive by chance, and such a person needed to be saved first. This way, he could obtain accurate information. However, when he got there, he saw that he was a little late. The shot was not intended for the zombies. The guy blew his brains out while clutching a photo of his wife. Seonho realized that if he had been a little faster, he could have saved this man. He reached out to him, saying that it would hardly be of any consolation, but closed his eyes, thanked him for his help, and carefully laid his body down. And then he took his tools and gun. He wouldn't have any use for them anymore. Then he went out on deck and decided to immediately leave the boat, thinking that after the apocalypse, such things will happen all the time. And of course, there will come a time when he himself will have to kill people for survival. With such heavy thoughts, he climbed back into his boat and cut the safety rope. However, he immediately heard the sound of another boat and turned around, deciding to go there, not believing that there was someone as obsessed with farming loot as he was. They didn't even exchange glances and simply floated past each other. Sunho decided to regard everything that happened as training, because half-hearted hypocrisy was disgusting to him. At dawn the next day, the news was asking about the whereabouts of the survival game developer. While reading the news, the protagonist thought that he should contact the response headquarters. Sunho noted that, judging by the president's actions after receiving evidence from the zombies, the head of state's way of thinking was, in many ways, similar to his own. It was time for him to make his contribution. And since he was going to do this, he could very well add various useful information there. He called the hotline, and the man who answered introduced himself as Lee Woo-bom, the counterterrorism headquarters administrator. Seonho claimed to know the exact time of Judgment Day. Woo-bom asked him to unblock the caller ID. In response, Sunho asked if the goblin they found had gunshot wounds to the shoulder. Woo-bom immediately realized the gravity of the situation, and Sunho warned that he didn't intend to talk for long. He announced that Judgment Day would come on July 20th at exactly 1 p.m. Woo-bom immediately started writing down, and Shonho added that a package would arrive this afternoon, which he hopes he will use wisely, after which he wished him military success. There were 4 days left until the apocalypse. Sunho admitted that the president's decisiveness was impressive, as crowds of people on forums actively discussed the imminent power and internet outages. He added that since he could only verify information through social media, he couldn't say for sure how accurate it was. Then he heard soldiers on the street announcing through a megaphone, urging citizens to stock up on food and water for 4 days and return to their families immediately. All commercial activity was to be suspended, and people were told to go home. This was the official statement regarding the current situation, made on July 20th. Sunho described these measures as ideal, and admitted that he almost regretted not warning them earlier. If he had known they would handle it so well, he would have taken the risk back when his skill was just beginning to emerge, and would have done it from the very beginning. But he immediately pulled himself up, reminding himself that it still would not have prevented the catastrophe. And there's no point in dwelling on what would have been if. Memories surfaced in his head. He didn't forget the promise he made to himself that day. He wasn't a hero, just an ordinary guy. Since there was nothing to do in the real world due to the lockdown, he decided to stay in the other world a little longer. 3 days before Judgment Day, he finished digging the trench. However, he estimated that at this rate, he would need another couple of days. He sorted through the videos he had saved on his hard drives, such as cooking recipes and farming basics. 2 days before the end, he went out to explore with Dingo and discovered that the sun apples had fully ripened in just a month. He needed to check it more thoroughly, But perhaps this entire forest was enchanted fertile land. The next day, a serious problem arose in the bunker. 2 packages of sweet potato jelly have gone missing from the warehouse. There was also a dried grape lying on the floor, and he asked Dingo if it was his paw's doing. Dingo shook his head, and Sun Ho sternly told him that he couldn't lie. After which the dog rolled over onto his back and whined. Sun Ho reasoned that, judging by this reaction, it most likely wasn't him. He immediately decided what to do and rushed to check the recordings from the surveillance cameras. The boy sat down and began to look through them. The dog also stared raptly at the screen. Having started to look through them, the main character was extremely surprised by what he saw. He saw a group of beetles crawl through the dog door. She took his sweet marmalade and left a grape as payment. The little bug even bowed to the camera, and Seonho was amazed at how smart they were. Besides, it looked incredibly cute. He admitted that he really wanted to track them down and see them in person, but for now he decided to simply lock the dog door. Dingo watched his actions with curiosity, and Sunho explained to the dog that they would have guests today. And then he opened a portal. Returning to his home, he thanked everyone present for coming. It was Hyunjun's group. He said he was glad they had made it. Despite all the restrictions and lockdown, Sunho asked who the man was sitting next to Hyunjun was. Hyunjun explained that he was the last member of their group, so they brought him along to introduce him. The guy introduced himself as Yu Hyun and explained that he'd woken up, but immediately turned off the game, so he knew little about it. However, in the real world, he majored in electrical engineering and was completely confident in his professional skills. Sunho replied that that was more than enough for him and introduced himself. Hyunjun talked a lot about him and asked him to communicate with him without unnecessary formalities. Sunho stated that since they were short on time, he wanted to finish the introductions and share the information he had one by one. Suggesting that Hyunjun go first, Hyunjun was a little confused, as he was slow-witted, but he said that he was talking on the phone with his ex-wife when the connection suddenly ended. He was driving at the time, and at that moment, he became worried about his daughters and went to visit them. And on the way back, I saw something strange along the road. Barricades were set up on the highway, and only special forces with weapons were assigned to them. And from what he heard, they were evacuating residents who were near one of the chemical complexes. Then Sunho turned to Suyeon, and she replied that she had been with her group members the whole time, so she didn't have much information. She told them that a shelter had been built in the city's civil park. Hyunjun asked if this was even possible, to which she admitted that it was hard to believe, but she saw everything with her own eyes, although she still doubted the reality of what was happening. Seonho turned his gaze to Mi-kyung, and she explained that she and Yu Hyun were at the supermarket and overheard something. It was said that high-ranking officials who spoke out against the president's decision were taken into custody. Sunho noted that everything was working out even better than he had imagined. Now he knew the president's intentions and could confidently confirm that the end was indeed near. Also, if you were wondering why he was asking them one by one, the hero's answer was simple. To make a person understand something, it is necessary to provide him with the relevant arguments and information. Admitting that he is a veteran of the game would facilitate the persuasion process, but it was fraught with risks, so he had his own specific plan of action. He told everyone to listen very carefully, since apparently the president was planning to carry out a controlled apocalypse. Everyone was surprised and asked what he meant, to which he replied that they themselves probably find these inexplicable blockages that began on the afternoon of July 16th strange, because of which all state facilities have been idle for 4 days now. For what other reason would the government take such a step? Yu Hyun agreed that this made sense, and Suyeon supported him, acknowledging that the end was indeed inevitable. She suggested that the government had learned the exact date of Judgment Day and had taken action. Sunho confirmed her correctness, adding that, if we speculate further, it would most likely be July 20th, when the controls would be lifted and Moment X would occur. Yu Hyun and Mi-kyung began to panic, declaring that they needed to go warn their families immediately. But Seonho ordered them to pull themselves together. It may have sounded harsh, but he told them that there came a time when personal survival became more important than family, and they shouldn't forget that any of their loved ones could turn into a zombie tomorrow. Everyone stood in shock, understanding everything, but not wanting to fully understand it all. But he wanted to get to the main point and took out a folder. The reason he collected them here, the purpose of the event was to share training manuals and survival information. Hyunjun asked how he knew all this, and Seonho replied that he watched Kim Bapa's video, apologizing for hiding it until now. He apologized to Mi-kyung for his secrecy, but she replied that it was okay since she had lied to him too. Sunho stated that they can do whatever they want with this information, but as for training, he begged them to follow the guidelines strictly. That night, everyone left. After a beautiful sunset, it was midnight. For the past 32 days, Sunho has prepared as thoroughly as he could, although he couldn't call the result flawless. Memories flashed through his mind. Moreover, his egoism, disguised as harsh necessity, could come back to haunt him in the future, but he didn't regret anything. Suddenly, a rocket soared over the neighboring mountain, and then all the other anti-aircraft missiles took off into the air, heading forward and exploding upon impact with a meteorite. Sunho watched this through his binoculars, stating that it looked like this was the end, and it seems that it was indeed inevitable, and the time had come for the apocalypse to begin. As soon as the morning came, the lockdown was lifted, by which time he had already completed the basic preparations, installing bulletproof glass and sturdy wooden doors, and then returning to his normal morning routine. He injected himself with a small dose of paralyzing poison and forced himself to train to increase his resistance to the toxins. He was seen doing 300 one-arm push-ups as the poison spread throughout his body. And a little later, he changed back into his cool battlesuit and had breakfast with Dingo. Sunho ate noodles, and the dog nibbled on chicken. Later, he simply slept and waited for the promised 9 o'clock, until the light came on, and he realized it was finally starting. The TV staticked and turned on. Dingo didn't even twitch an ear. It showed an official giving a speech. Jun Moon-tae addressed the citizens. Sunho noted that the address to the nation was simply overwhelming, to the point that he even wondered who else besides this man could have led them to such a worthy ending. The apocalypse was approaching, and Jun Moon-tae lit his cigarette again because of the inevitability of the end. Sungho admitted that he sincerely hoped that the end would not come, but once he came, he had to survive as a veteran of the apocalypse. And we saw that moment right at the beginning. It was cool to see how all these events came together. There were 4 hours left before the spore landing, and he spent 2 of them checking the warehouse where he was going to store the acquired items, setting up equipment for use after the start of the epidemic, and preparing the training ground. After which he returned to reality. But as soon as he returned, everything turned out exactly as he expected. The world had turned into a living hell. Everywhere, of course, there were fights and brawls, and people gave free rein to their suppressed desires. There was even some chubby naked guy running around on the street with his arms outstretched. This guy was shouting that since they were all going to die soon, they might as well have some fun, until he was suddenly hit by a car. All around, people were killing others without the slightest sense of guilt. Naturally, it turned out to be In-hyuk and Choljong's group. Choljong stated that they should just consider themselves rid of the loser, and they wouldn't have been able to use this machine anyway after the epidemic started. He twirled the bat in his hands. And then he pointed her up and yelled at Sunho to stop staring from the roof like a loser, and promised that if he became a zombie, he would do him a favor and use it for glasses. Sunho thought this wasn't some great era of romance at all, and wondered what this strange declaration of war was all about. Then a leaflet flew past his head. He looked up and saw a plane dropping them from the sky. The guy noted that the government was concerned about the safety of citizens until the very end, and they were completely different from people like himself. The leaflets contained information about the nearest shelter. The guy thought that if there were only people like that around, the apocalypse might be quite bearable. But he couldn't do anything about it because everyone is different. He clutched the leaflet, and he left the roof because no matter what, it was time for him to go get ready. There were 3 minutes left before landing, and that was the end of the reality check. He expressed hope that he would have enough equipment before the epidemic began, and was sure that he had perfectly remembered his route for collecting loot. He glanced at his watch, wondering what would happen if he forgot to take off this ordinary, non-magical metal watch after the world was infected. He then laughed at himself, saying that he wasn't paranoid about safety because he had already done everything he could. From now on, all he could do was pray that everything would go exactly according to plan. He put on his helmet, and he got on the motorcycle, saying that it was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which meant that 4 hours had passed since the dispute had started. Shono stepped on the gas, realizing that the zombie spores had probably already reached Korea. As soon as the spores began to settle, people in the streets began to fall to their knees, infected by the virus and turning into zombies. It was simply a horrific sight. After the transformation, their skin turned blue and their bodies twisted into unnatural positions, their eyes glowing red. As Sunho had said, they all began searching for prey. Hearing the sound of an engine, they turned around. The main character was driving down the street, noting to himself that the zombies were even smaller than he expected. Immediately, 3 walking dead rushed at him with a wild look. But then he realized the reason. Most people spent their last moments at home with their families. He looked at the windows and saw a locked zombie family there. A zombie mother, a zombie father, and a zombie child. As he drove on, the guy wondered if there was anyone nearby who hadn't turned into a zombie. But I decided that for now, it was even better this way, and stepped on the gas even more. Because, frankly, other people would only get in the way of him collecting loot. He drifted around a sharp turn, and we saw his entire bike, and even the cart with his things. He stopped first at the drugstore, delighted that the blinds were not down, a stroke of luck. He quickly took out his hammer and smashed the display case. Once inside, he dropped the sledgehammer and opened his portal, jumping over the counter and telling myself that from now on, I need to act very quickly. Shounen grabbed the medicine and thought about how it took time for the spores to completely take control of the zombies. So if he manages to clean out the hardware store before that moment, he will be able to avoid unnecessary fights. He started throwing everything into the portal, and things fell next to Dingo, which left the dog confused until he himself was buried under a pile of medication. Sunho stated that he had finally completely gutted the pharmacy, and judging by his pace, he could finish all the work much faster than he expected. At least that's what he thought until he got to the hardware store and didn't see that his display case was closed. And not just like that, but with double serious protection. Luckily, he had anticipated this scenario and had brought an oxygen cutter with him. But after activating it and seeing the fire, Seonho realized that this thing was much louder than he thought. He heard footsteps and realized that, although their ability to track organics had been nerfed by the patch, the zombies were still moving towards him because of the loud noise of the cutter. He turned around, and seeing them, he said that there were a lot of them, and their weakening really didn't matter. After all these cute zombies were now coming at him, and each one wanted to eat him alive. Sunho looked at them and noted that this had already been seen during the incident on the Russian ship. And it should be clear that in the early stage, until the zombies have absorbed any nutrients, they are very weak. At this level, even with the nerfs, even a newbie could easily handle them. If only he knew their weak spots. He instantly knocked out one of them, while 2 more rushed at him from the side. He delivered a slashing blow from top to bottom at the woman, and then backhanded the man across the face. The difficulty level in real life was lower than in the game. He got 6 points, and admitted that earning them has become much easier. But he didn't know what to do with the current situation. The zombies just weren't ending. Usually, the standard tactic was to lure them into an alley and kill them one by one. But now he was limited in his movements. However, since he had an oxygen cutter with him, he decided to just rush in there and finish them all off at once. Taking out a shield and holding it in front of him, Seonho declared that he would only warn them once. After all, until now, he had avoided them only because he did not want to waste the time allotted for collecting loot. He began to cut off their heads one by one, adding that he did not do this out of fear, and he added one last powerful blow, pushing back another layer of zombies. However, in the break between the blows, another group managed to pounce on him. He kept his distance, dodging their attacks, and advised them to think carefully. After all, in front of them was a man who had poured more than 5,500 hours into this shitty game. Considering there were no ghouls here, there was no way he would lose to such weaklings. Especially since they hadn't even formed a proper flock. He raised his shield and fired another shockwave at the undead. After this, Sungho started pitting them against each other, saying it was fun, so let them consider this his reward. Gathering them all together, he lit his cutter and promised to send them to the next world with a light. And then he began to drill through them. After a massive battle with zombies, he finished clearing out the hardware store and headed to the local police station. Unfortunately, the armory had already been ransacked. But before he had time to get upset, among the corpses scattered around the parking lot, he found one with a backpack and was able to get exactly what he wanted. Having unzipped it, it seemed to him that they themselves were looking at him. Inside, he found a lot of radios, cartridges, a machine gun, a crowbar, and a stun gun. Meanwhile, while he was moving towards the 4th location on his bike, the situation was still under control. Zombies were also slowly wandering the streets. Thanks to the terrain detection skill gained from the hobgoblin, as well as the bonus to perception and dexterity from objects, he could see everything, and it was easy to avoid the zombies that were slowly starting to gather in flocks and chase him. When he reached a specialized motorcycle shop, he decided that it had already been looted, because people think alike. However, he placed the only remaining ATV and various supplies into storage. While checking his condition in the other world, he took a short break to remove the debuff effects, noting that this other world had been broken. After that, he returned to reality, wondering where to go next for prey. But then, hearing the sound of a motorcycle, it became clear that everything would not be as simple as he wanted. In-hyuk and Skinny showed up, claiming they'd finally found him. Freaks with a freakish motorcycle with a sidecar and a crossbow. In-hyuk said that since he was a nobody without waking up, he should behave more modestly and stay at home, as befits someone like him. He added that he had been looking for him for quite some time. He released a lightning attack towards Seon-ho, but he quickly dodged, jumping back. Lightning struck him between the legs. Sun-ho replied that they would have met soon anyway, and that what was happening now was like an obsession. While pondering how he should proceed and win, he quickly opened his gates. In-hyuk told Skinny to keep an eye on the zombies, and Sun-ho said that no matter what he did, it wouldn't be difficult to kill them. In-hyuk stormed into the building, kicking the door in, and immediately started by asking if Sung-ho was ready to die. Sun-ho reasoned that since the training had not yet begun, there was no way the system could classify him as a murderer. And even if this rule were in effect, the first kill would only result in a warning, so there wouldn't be any problems. In-hyuk looked around in confusion, not understanding where he had gone, while Seon-ho admitted that something was still bothering him. Is it even normal to kill someone in real life, or not? In-hyuk realized too late that Seon-ho was an awakened being. When he had him in a chokehold, he ordered him to answer quietly and asked why he was following him. He replied that it was because Seon-ho had taken away the girl that In-hyuk had been drooling over. Seon-ho asked him what he meant by stole, and In-hyuk honestly admitted that he had already dragged her into bed. Seon-ho kicked him in the back, declaring that this was his last chance to redeem himself. Already lying on the floor, the blonde did not understand his metaphor and, drenched in cold sweat, asked what he wanted. The protagonist ordered him, at the very least, not to harm innocent people. In-hyuk laughed. He said it was hilarious to hear that from a marauder. He added that they were both completely alike. At that moment, he reached for his crossbow and shot that selfish piece of trash that only cared about himself, Sun-ho. The main character easily dodged it and admitted that it was the absolute truth. And now, having heard this, he realized that he was right. He then thanked him, saying that he had helped clear his head and that he really was just as much trash as he was. He placed one hand on In-hyuk's face and the other on his neck, and began to squeeze. While In-hyuk begged for mercy, Sun-ho said he just didn't want to admit it and snapped his neck. Sitting next to the boy's body and looking at the system window, Sung-ho said he'd fought over 100 death matches in the game. It became clear he'd earned 50 points. But the guy admitted that killing a man in real life was even worse than he imagined. You could see his hands shaking, and then a scream was heard from Skinny, who entered and saw In-hyuk's corpse. Sun-ho only called him a crybaby and told him to look back. Skinny was reflected in his helmet and was no longer alone. There were zombies around him, and the main character added that even if he was the same trash as them, they were bandits. People who plundered others without limit and cared only about satisfying their own desires. They began to eat the skinny one alive while he begged for help. He cried, reaching out his hand to Seon-ho. Seon-ho just watched silently as he was eaten alive and said that it was precisely such people who deserved to die in this apocalypse. He then explained that the kill system was introduced 3 months after the game's launch to reduce intentional trolling. The intentions were good, but the rules were terrible. They didn't help. The first murder only resulted in a warning due to the fear of losing users. And although starting from the third murder there were no exceptions, the player was simply branded as a murderer. After the second kill, if the player did not kill directly, the system assessed the degree of his involvement in the death. So there was an opportunity to justify himself. If anyone wondered why people went out of their way to become killers, the main reasons were to get points and enhancing characteristics, as well as stealing the enemy's unique skills. Considering the patch that came out a week before the service was shut down, the newly minted special abilities also became an important reason. After all, this alone was enough to fully enjoy the boring survival game. Where there were advantages, there were also disadvantages, including the requirement that there was a killing field near the killer, in which he was obliged to continue killing if 3 or more players gathered, even if he didn't want to. The assassin could open a death field to summon a barrier, and they would have to fight a death match inside it. And this guy picked literally the worst possible opponents to face him. At first, the situation might have seemed extremely favorable to the assassin, but in the late stages of the game, there were a lot of veterans there, so it was essentially poison. And as soon as someone became a murderer, a characteristic heartbeat should be heard. Returning to reality after the first kill, he explained that as soon as you become a killer in the game, you should hear a characteristic heartbeat. But he felt nothing, and predicted that the system had not yet been applied, since this was before the training had begun. In other words, for several hours, even in the case of killing people, there were no downsides for him. But finally, he exhaled and reminded himself that this was not a game, and thought that he must be going crazy, but he didn't want to fill his head with nonsense in order to live the way he planned. He took the bag from the corpse, and he hung it on his shoulder. His iron rule remained the same as then, just one thing. This is to answer injustice with injustice, so that from now on, when he kills people, it will only be for a moment while he throws objects into his portal, and he closes saying that he will only kill at such moments. A little later, he became irritated, and it became clear that it was 4:30 p.m. He said that he would first go to a heavy equipment manufacturing company, and going to the pesticide store was a good idea, but these sit-in zombies caused problems. And he didn't know how long they were going to continue like this, because at this rate, they would soon be crushed. While the people inside were fighting, they shot a huge arrow through the window, breaking through the glass. And inside, one group told the others to leave, but they replied that they couldn't because of the zombies. One of the men with a bat on his shoulder arrogantly declared that he was not an idiot at all, and the guy with the crossbow told him to speak more politely before he put a hole in his head. The guy laughed, suggesting he try shooting him. The man sighed and said that he had chosen the wrong person to provoke, because his specialty in the game was shooting at people. He fired the first arrow, piercing the guy's shoulder and spraying blood across his snow-white suit. His wife immediately ran up and asked if he was okay, and the others called the shooter crazy. They didn't believe he would shoot. The man replied that it was the apocalypse, which meant that the era of survival of the fittest had arrived, and that guy should get out of here quickly, otherwise his head will be the next target. They hobbled away, listening to insults, and said it would have been better if they had left earlier and without injuries. Finally, the guy with the crossbow lowered it and exhaled, because they were finally gone. However, when they opened the door, the guy who was shot stated that he clearly warned them about the zombies outside, and they still told him to get out, and he and his guys started banging on the door to attract the zombies' attention, calling it his parting gift. The crossbowmen's group immediately came in shock and asked what the hell he was up to. They realized they'd screwed up when everyone started running outside. An onlooking Sung-ho remarked that the guy definitely had balls of steel when the zombies started swarming from that side. He said he didn't expect to see such a funny sight, and if they ever met alive, he would have to give this guy something as a reward. At this point, with the exception of the infantry battalion and the studio apartment area, his entire farm was completed, and the remaining time was just over an hour. Given this scenario, abandoning the battalion was the right decision, but going straight to the studios seemed like a waste of time. At moments like these, as expected, he had to change the order of events. He told Dingo it was now his turn. He then asked us a question, asking where the zombies congregate the most early in the game. The answer was simple: the places where nutrients were easiest to obtain. He approached one with canisters. Examples of such places were large supermarkets, which were already teeming with a bunch of hungry monsters. Therefore, it was originally a place to be avoided. But those with over 1,000 hours of gaming time under their belt had different thoughts. Unlike the resource shortage at the beginning of the game, if he is well prepared enough, in reality, it was his chance to speed charge. Sung-ho finally spilled all the gas. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he thought that this was a golden opportunity to reach level 10 before starting training and open a shop. But now that he had completed all the preparations, he felt a slight pang of reality. After the wireworm outbreak, the floor would have become oil-soaked anyway, so it seemed a bit of a waste. But if you think about it, it wasn't a big loss. He opened the portal and thought. It was a good experience for Dingo too, and since they had time before night training, he leaned over to his dog and asked if he could do everything the way they had practiced. And when the puppy barked joyfully and in agreement, the guy snapped his fingers. He told Dingo to start, and the dog with the mask rushed forward at monstrous speed. Meanwhile, the zombies devoured everything they could find in the store, and then they heard a dog barking and looked up from the huge hams. A delicacy had arrived. Dingo immediately pushed off the head of the first zombie, breaking through deeper, and they tried to pounce on him to devour him. But he quickly dodged, weaving between them. What a super dog! Soon he made his way to the back door, and many zombies rushed after him. The door immediately opened, revealing the entire group of Walking Dead. And Sung-ho said he looked damn majestic when he ran towards him. He took out a Zippo lighter and opened it, saying that everything was going according to plan. As Dingo jumped into the portal, he threw the lighter forward, saying that his boy was an absolute hottie. The lighter fell in slow motion while all the zombies looked on in confusion. And when the lighter touched the ground, in an instant, everything burst into flames and exploded. His level has risen to 11. He has gained 116 points, and now his trait has an additional effect called Spatial Slot. The scene changed abruptly. It was 5:40 p.m., and he said that after finishing his grocery shopping at the supermarket and having also seized 3 system units and several network storage devices from the area of the studio apartments, he set up a portal in the middle of the road and recorded the coordinates. These storage locations most likely simply referred to hard drives. But he set the coordinates there, knowing the buildings would soon collapse. He summoned a portal in the middle of the road, which was necessary to put the motorcycle away as it had served its purpose. He also changed his equipment to non-metallic and headed outside, to a training ground about 1 kilometer from his hideout. He put on the pre-prepared equipment and finished his preparations. He noted that it looked almost the same, minus the zippers and buckles, but there were still about 3 minutes left until X. Seonho looked at the watch in his hands. Suddenly, the boy began to feel a slight uneasiness. Anxiety was creeping up. He said he knew about his exclusive portal, which only allowed him and his property to enter. Furthermore, after careful analysis, he confirmed that zombie spores and wire disease are spread by the wind. However, while zombie spores are harmful to humans, wire disease destroys objects, and he couldn't let his guard down. That's why he found himself on a training ground far from the shelter, surrounded only by wooden props. But there was no point in worrying now, because if his equipment falls apart, he'll just have to run fast to minimize the damage. His hand began to shake, and he told himself that right now he needed to focus solely on the goal. He opened his portal with 3 seconds left until 1800. He continued the countdown and said that finally the wire disease had arrived. As soon as it passed through the air, buildings began to collapse, one after another. He said that in the game, this plague was called the Metal Plague, and this infection set back the civilization built by humans. All the great structures collapsed. In the blink of an eye, she essentially stripped them of all metals, forcing humanity to return to the Stone Age. All communication channels, all pipes and wires fell apart. And the main character watched all this from a strange alternative world through a portal. Moreover, this portal itself stood almost in the very center of the disaster. A blue rectangle of light stood in the middle of the street. Everything around was collapsing. Looking at this, the main character said that he was mentally prepared, but frankly speaking, it was difficult to contemplate this. At that moment, a powerful explosion thundered in the center of the city, and the shockwave even passed through the portal. Then Seonho guessed that this must be the infantry battalion's ammunition depot. Then he realized he had been distracted and looked at his hand, wondering if the iron bead had changed. After which, he looked and sighed with relief, saying that thank God, although I couldn't call it an unequivocally good sign. He didn't yet know for sure what it meant, and he stood right in front of a crumbling world, and finally decided to close his portal, saying that he needed to stick to the plan and prepare. That's what he thought on the way to the shelter, but he became seriously confused, seeing that the cute little bugs had returned. It was truly disconcerting. He said that stealing it once was apparently not enough for them, and asked why they were there. They started handing him some kind of root. He was a little confused and asked if it was a gift as an apology. Beetle shook his head, and then he asked if they were trying to trade him for sweet potatoes again. Beetle nodded affirmatively. Seonho immediately got angry and said that he tried to be polite, but they were getting cheeky. However, he couldn't resist how cute these things were and offered them a deal. He didn't need food, but strange or special things. He asked if they understood him. It was obvious that they did not. He said it didn't matter because no matter how smart they were, they couldn't seem to keep up the conversation. This upset him a little. Then the beetle grabbed a stick and began to draw on the ground. This amazed him. The beetle was drawing clear patterns in the dirt with a stick. He said that this couldn't be happening and covered his mouth in shock. And then he asked if they were now trying to offer him a trade of ore for marmalade and jelly. Beetle looked confident. Shengho extended his hand, saying that if he brought things like that, it would be a good deal. But the beetle did not want to shake his hand, and he apologized, asking whether he had been too hasty. Then the beetles huddled together and began to discuss something. Afterwards, the leader returned to shake his hand. He said the deal was complete and a status window appeared, indicating he had successfully made contact with the swarm of black beetles, and the black beetle's boss asks for a contract. He was surprised since, with Dingo, everything ended with just contact. He wondered if this meant that highly intelligent animals could not simply be appropriated as property. Then he glanced at the contract and noticed that it was very official. He was surprised, but he had nothing to lose, so he signed it. The contract was concluded. The system informed him that they were now considered property. He asked what the hell was going on and tried to wrap his head around it. The beetles were about to fly away, and he said he couldn't believe they were going to start searching immediately, and told them to wait a second and look here. Sonho walked up to the base door. He went into the shelter and returned, saying that since they came here hungry, then that would be their signing bonus. He gave them sweet potato jellies. They were all delighted and began to rejoice at the fact that they had received gummies. He said that from now on, he would count on them, and reminded them that they should return with the spoils. Otherwise, he will forget about the apocalypse and will pursue them to the ends of the earth. Sometime later, he explained that in the game world, the training phase usually begins under the cover of a suffocating, pitch-black night. After calculating this, he realized that he had about 2 or 3 hours of head start. He got his prey in order and decided to keep moving instead of hiding and resting. While sorting through the survivors' belongings, he noted that these guys were supplied quite well. In some ways, it was even better than he expected, considering they even had a ceramic knife. Regardless of whether he was tracking down the survivors, he definitely needed to scout out their base of operations. Having finished the inventory of the equipment, he took out the system unit and hard drives and other storage devices that I found in the complex, and then connected them to the docking station and started scanning the data. When he opened the files, he found that they were filled with a huge amount of media content. And just as he was finishing his search, he came across something he never expected. On the screen, he saw Mi Kyung, and realized the fact that she was actually an idol. He said it was amazing that such a beauty was an ordinary citizen, but he added that it would be better for him to delete it. And he was faced with the choice of whether to permanently delete the file or not. And then memories from the past crept into his head. Since she never mentioned it, and he doubted that this was the memory she wanted to keep, so he deleted it. Then Sonho stood up and said it was time to check the rewards for reaching level 10. He stood up and called loudly for the shop window. As soon as it opened, the guy immediately noticed that the interface had hardly changed. Everything was the same as in the game, but prices jumped up significantly after the latest patch. He looked at everything and decided to call orders number 6 and 11. The physical embodiment of purchased items worked the same as in the game, and since that was the case, then, assuming the bug had not yet been fixed, it would have been possible to exploit a vulnerability that only worked during training. But now he needed to check the bonus feature. The new spatial slot upgrade was essentially just a quick access bar. He opened slots 1 through 5 and said it was incredible. This meant that he didn't have to carry a lot of gear at once, but he also didn't need to hide the weapon behind the portal in advance. He had all 5 slots, and calling it imbalanced would be an understatement. It was a top-tier scalable trait. As he left, he told Dingo to keep an eye on the house while he was gone. Opening the portal, he said it was time to go and end this damn training. The main character emerged from the portal in some hole and was surprised because there was pitch darkness outside. He said he hoped to rely on moonlight and his navigation skills, but that clearly wasn't enough. He opened his 3rd slot on the hotbar. He said that he hadn't met them in this world yet, so he wanted to save them. But there was no point in keeping them if he died of his own blindness. He ate shadow grapes, which temporarily enhanced his night vision. His eyes turned green and began to glow slightly, which surprised him. Shonho said that he can now see everything, and can even see better than during the day. And now it's time for him to find a safe place for the near future. The guy said one of the game's defining features was its brutal lack of user-friendliness. It rarely notified players when an event was about to begin, but training was an exception, because the arrival of the moving wall of zombies served as the official start announcement. So if anyone is wondering what causes the zombie wall, firstly, the player is detected by one of the undead. Secondly, when the player picks up an item specific to training, at that moment, he, like a ninja, sneaked into the house through the window. After looking around, he decided to try a method of summoning an object, which was quite simple. You had to stare at a specific empty spot for a set amount of time. This is where a bug exclusive to the tutorial came into play. Weapons began to materialize, and it was at this moment that he had to be grabbed, just before the generation process was completed. We see him holding it in his hand as a second object begins to appear, meaning he cloned it. He said that, unlike the game version, the cloned item was a premium ebony baton from the store. Most of the other patch notes were too vague to be believed, but this particular change was a legendary buff. The zombies continued to growl, and he said that they were clearly waiting for him to take the second club. He said that there was no need for them to hurry, since even if he wanted to avoid them, he would see their ugly faces until he was sick. At that moment, he left the same way he came in, through the window. In one leap, Cheon was next to the zombie and had already smashed its skull with his club. He cracked the skull of another one of them and said there were a couple of ways to complete the training. Option 1. Kill zombies by any means necessary. And he had to do it again and again and again, endless hordes of zombies, until he has virtually wiped every monster off the map. But if you don't want to start a bloodbath, there was another option. It consisted of him having to break through a wall of zombies. This meant he had to run straight into the crowd of dead people. He did so, but there were too many of them, and he had to break the distance so as not to be overwhelmed by numbers. He said it seemed like he couldn't just get away with it, like some kind of demon speedrunners. He immediately remembered his days in the game and how he and his team did this, but that didn't matter now. Cheon looked around, and he said his strategy for this training was quite simple. He put away his baton and ran at full speed, saying that he had always planned to track down the boss and crush him no matter what. While he was running without stopping, he wasn't just blindly looking for the boss. At this time, a huge crowd of red zombies was chasing him. Gigi explained that there is always a checkpoint in the training area, and only when visiting, which the boss is actually summoned. But he was only trying to figure out which point exactly it was. Time was running out because the shadow grape effect would soon wear off. He said the only thing he knows for sure is that the checkpoint is located in one of the buildings within a 3-kilometer radius of the training start site. Among them, it had to be a place completely free of zombies. And in the place where he was now, there were a lot of zombies. Finally, he noticed an abandoned building, which, of course, had no zombies in it. He slipped under the rubble just as the grape's effects wore off. He said he could now breathe a sigh of relief until the boss respawned. Meanwhile, he climbed onto the roof and took off his helmet, because he was going to check what kind of enhanced zombies would appear, and then act accordingly. As he climbed the stairs, he was surprised to find someone already standing there, with the very same club he had obtained through cloning, and it was none other than Mi Kyung. She, too, lifted her helmet visor, surprised to see Son-ho. A little later, they started chatting, and he asked if all the participants had survived, to which she replied in the affirmative. He asked how she got there, and she said they weren't ignoring instructions at all. Kyung-hoon just insisted that they stick together, and then they were surrounded by zombies, and while running away, she ended up here. It irritated him that the guy was still trolling even now, and that it was causing him a serious headache. He told her to listen carefully, and thought that he didn't know if he could continue to pretend to be awakened and without abilities in this situation. However, he told her that a training boss and a part-time enhanced zombie would soon be summoned. She asked if he really came here to defeat him, but he replied that he was just dragged in. The guy complained that someone was making a mess and he was forced to get involved. Mi Kyung said she understood, and the main character added that the video said that when the boss is defeated, the crowds of zombies scatter, their wall collapses, and their aggression disappears. And Kimbop said that if you hide or run away at that moment, the training will end. She asked when the zombie was supposed to appear, and he said, soon. As soon as he said this, a bright blue light flashed under the building, and he announced that it had begun. While the monster was being summoned, the girl watched from the roof and noted that it seemed to have tentacles. Looking down at him, he asked if she had noticed any changes in herself. Mi Kyung asked what he meant, and Son-ho explained that these enhanced zombies, with growths on their heads, are said to have the ability to seal something. The girl was surprised and asked to wait a second while she opened the status window. She confirmed that everything was exactly as he said. Her trait was sealed. Gigi replied that he understood, and he wanted to know if she still trusted him. Mi Kyung said of course, since he had helped her so many times already. The protagonist made sure that the items he had given her earlier were still in her bag, and she confirmed that it contained everything from flares and more. He said that was good, telling her to distract the zombies on the roof while he dealt with the reinforced one. Then Son-ho turned around and walked out, putting his signature helmet on his head. A few moments later, he noted that descending like a pro was cool, but now what? Of all the abilities, the enhanced zombie got the sealing of traits, but he didn't find it strange, because there were no traits or monsters in the game that sealed them, but there were enhanced monsters sealing other things. He was careless, and if he had known that this would happen, he would not have put his bow in the first slot. As soon as he said this, he heard the slot open, and he turned around, wondering if this was even possible. And isn't it because the enhanced zombie's level is lower than his own that his extra traits aren't sealed? In this case, it was just luck. Then he opened the rest of the slots and said that if the monster's level is lower than his, then he has no chance of getting a skill from it, and item drops are even less likely. No matter how he thought about it, it was a loss compared to the effort expended. But what could Seonho do? He wasn't alone anymore. The girl was looking down on him, and the guy had given her a thumbs up. So the protagonist had to aim for the next opportunity. His bow was already at the ready in his hands. At that moment, Mi-kyung started screaming and waving a flare, trying to draw everyone's attention to herself. And of course, the zombies started flocking right to her. And he noted that she was doing a great job. And now, Sunho can no longer complain about her. He pulled the bowstring, and his strength increased by 1. He said that it was no longer really a loss, and then thanked the zombie because now he could finish it off with 1 blow. When the arrow flew in, it did some kind of feint and pierced his chest right through. He said that due to poor visibility, he was unable to kill him with 1 shot, but this will do. He put down his bow and already grabbed the club along with the sword and jumped out of the window, saying that since this was his first monster hunt, he would enjoy it thoroughly. Sunho slammed him into the floor and pinned him with his shield, ready to kill him with his bare hands. Raising his club, he said goodbye to his first boss. And with 1 blow, he crushed his skull, killing him instantly. Now the seal was removed from the features, and he got 10 points. He said he knew there were no skill rewards, and immediately began to look around and search for the fallen objects. He found the so-called Robutan bracelet, which gave +2 to perception. He asked why there were 2 of them, and Mi-kyung teleported to the ground behind him. And she was already calling out to the protagonist, saying she'd shaken off all the zombies and immediately returned. Sunho thought it looked like this wasn't a boss reward, but a new reward for completing the tutorial. He accidentally gained even more points, and said that these sudden points were probably one of the ways to diversify the points gains from the patch. Then he handed her the bracelet, but she replied that she hadn't done anything special, so she shouldn't take it. But Sunho asked her to accept it. After all, strictly speaking, he only got through this thanks to her. The protagonist placed the bracelet on Mi-kyung's wrist, and now he smiled and told the girl that it was time for them to return to the fitness club. As they walked back, Mi-kyung asked if she was going crazy, or if the building really was leaning a little. Then Sunho confirmed that this was indeed the case, and added that in the video, the 5-story buildings looked like they had survived the metal plague. But even if there was no immediate threat, it would be better to move. And they began to move forward. And if it's leaning so much because of poor construction, it wouldn't be surprising if it collapses at any moment. The girl said she'd definitely inform the owner, and he replied that since they were still gathered here, he could explain the system of assassins, which was formerly called the system of murder. Then they heard a familiar voice, saying that he knew he would live. And looking up at the stairs, he saw Hyunjun, who was very happy to see him. Sangho said he was glad he didn't turn into a zombie, and Hyunjun replied that he expected to hear something heartfelt from him at least once. He opened the curtain and invited them inside as he had something to tell them. He also added that Yoo-hyun was there too. Already inside after the conversation, Hyunjun asked in surprise if it was true, and did he really defeat the training boss that seals traits and copies skills. Shonho modestly told them that there was nothing surprising about it. He was only able to fight him because Mi-kyung distracted the other zombies. Yoo-hyun said he had nerves of steel and courage that was enviable, and Sung-ho laughed it off. He then asked if they had received any rewards for their training. Hyunjun replied that they had received nothing except the black baton they had all been given at the start. But there were also no checkpoints, he mentioned. For starters, there wasn't a single place without zombies. Sung-ho found that odd. He wondered if this meant that the tutorial difficulty actually adjusted to the player's level, requiring them to fulfill more stringent conditions to earn rewards. He asked if they ever earned points in any way other than killing monsters. Hyunjun replied that when he helped Yoo-hyun, his stats went up, and Yoo-hyun added that it happened exactly when the trainer pushed away the zombie that was trying to grab him. Sengho said that if that's the case, then it seems like in reality, points are awarded for successfully escaping after being discovered by a mob or for helping someone. Mi-kyung noticed that, in short, it became easier for non-combat awakened to earn points. He confirmed this, but then Hyunjun asked Sung-ho a serious question. Wanting to know what his trait was, Sung-ho asked why all of a sudden, and Hyunjun told him not to play dumb. Hyunjun said that this system was activated the moment the training began, and it was supposed to give him a line. Sangho said that this meant that waking up first was like a reward for pre-registering, meaning that every survivor became an awakened one. He sighed and covered his face with his hand, saying that this was some kind of nonsense. It seemed as if the settings and rules could be changed too easily, meaning that the information he knew from the game wasn't entirely correct. Unlike the other two, who hadn't received any subjects in their training, he wondered what Mi Kyung was thinking, since she had received it. Hyunjun said he'd go first and tell them what he'd gotten. He had a physical enhancement that increased his strength and agility. Yoo-hyun said that he became a puppeteer from the very beginning, and if he closes his eyes, he can see, hear, and move through his puppets. Mi Kyung said that he already knew her ability, and Sung-ho thought that it seemed like he would have to reveal his trait too, and he was in serious doubt. If he revealed it right now, he could leave all the lies behind, live honestly, he can't lie to them anymore. But he didn't know how these three would behave, because that was a completely different matter. Then Mi Kyung started talking to Hyunjun, and Sung-ho thought that maybe it was just his bad temper, but he didn't know whether they would feel offended or jealous. So he decided to stick to the plan. The first time he reveals his trait should be when meeting friends he can trust unconditionally. And these must be people capable of keeping up with the pace of his growth. He decided to remain a little shameless for now, and told them that of course he had awakened, and his skill was called Attack Prediction. Yoo-hyun noted that if that was the case, then it would be impossible to catch him off guard from an ambush. Sung-ho replied that it wasn't that powerful, he just saw the monster's attack route in advance, like a residual trace, and asked what their gym team's plan of action was. Hyunjun said he would discuss it when Bora and that jerk came, and he planned to focus on surviving while prioritizing leveling up. And looking at the information he gave him just before the X-Day, it seemed that opening the shop window at the auction was the most important thing. After that, his next target will be those bastards from the hillside villa who tried to lay a hand on Mi Kyung, because he intends to crush them. Sang-ho was surprised by this attitude, and thought that passing on the information was definitely worth it. Then Yoo-hyun apologized for interrupting, and wanted to know Sung-ho's level. Sung-ho asked what prompted his curiosity, and Yoo-hyun replied that it was just a random thought that came to his mind since he had single-handedly taken down the training boss. And with such skills, he assumed that he had been hunting zombies since their inception. In short, there's a level gap between them, since he himself is only level 1, and the monsters will become stronger upon respawn. But suddenly Hyunjun grabbed him, asking why he was asking for personal information, and suggested that Sung-ho was most likely around level 4. Yoo-hyun said he couldn't breathe, and Hyunjun asked Mi Kyung to support him. She agreed, saying that since she was a level 2, then he was definitely just a couple of steps ahead. He realized that they were just covering for him, so he wouldn't feel awkward, and damn, Hyunhyun almost got strangled, poor guy. But Sang-ho said that it was already late and he would go. But Hyunjun told him to wait a minute, as he had things he wanted to give him. Yoo-hyun prepared a snack box and a plastic binocular for him. Sang-ho asked if he was sure he could give it to him, and Hyunjun replied that he needed to remember all the help he had already given them. He then confessed that he too had separated from his wife. Sung-ho said he thought he wouldn't tell anyone about it, since he'd called it shameful. He replied that yes, it was shameful, but he wanted to talk about it right now, all because he was afraid of losing muscle. Namely, when he ate with his wife, he pretended to eat, but in reality, he caused a lot of problems due to his obsession with muscle mass, which became the problem. So what he was really trying to say is that everyone has things they don't want to talk about, and you can talk about them whenever you want, like he does now. His face was beaming. Sang-ho looked at the gift bag, realizing that Mi Kyung and Hyunjun seemed to have guessed his lie. Hyunjun then said that he would go back since he had finished talking, but Sung-ho told him to wait a second. He said he needed to add something too. The gap in levels would narrow over time, and he will become stronger when he gains experience. So he needs to survive until the day when they can all be together. Mi Kyung stood and watched, and Sung-ho said that it was time for him to go and left the gym, promising to drop by from time to time. Sometime later, Sung-ho was thinking that what was happening was complete madness, because in reality, there was hellish heat due to the apocalypse, and here it was damn cold due to the onset of winter. And while removing all this damn snow, he was perplexed as to how this was even possible. But at least he managed to transfer all the accumulated supplies to the warehouse. Otherwise, it would have been the end for him. But after exhaling completely in sweat, he came to the conclusion that everything was not so bad. Unwittingly, his defensive line had been strengthened, so that for at least a few days, he could not worry about goblins that might wander in here to hunt. He had originally planned to dig a ditch at this time, but with such cold, the ground would probably be frozen solid, so it was better to postpone the idea. He should have simply taken the time to rethink his current situation and plans for the future. He explained once again that life in survival mode had only one main purpose: survive, as the name suggests. Under any circumstances, even the most impossible, the player could equip up to 5 items and have a maximum of 10 skills. If this limit was exceeded, the oldest skill was being replaced. And he found this feature simply terrible. The player had to reach the top of the food chain by committing the most vile acts in his own style. But that's how it all worked only inside the game. In reality, there were a ton of variables, and there were already quite a few of them, since there were things that he didn't know about. Based on the circumstances, it was obvious that a patch had been released during the week he had been offline, but he didn't know what exactly had changed or how. He wondered what to do, but came to the conclusion that if he calmed down and thought about it, then essentially nothing had changed. The fundamental goal remained the same. He simply needed to continue to survive, save up supplies, get better skills and useful items to survive. This meant that for now, he had to continue doing what he had been doing. In the short term, he needed to continue exploring the otherworldly forest, finish building the moat, and deal with the owlbear to secure the valley. While in reality, he had to farm festival fireworks and keep an eye on the party from the villa. And in the medium to long term, he needed to reunite with his friends and clean up a bunch of other shit, but just thinking about it was giving him a headache. He decided he should give up trying to think about it more concretely. But as soon as midnight struck, the zombies fell asleep, and he was going to head to Quanali to farm fireworks, and he simply focused on preparing for it. He walked over to his weapons wall and was presented with a choice: an assault rifle, a bow, or a pistol. The scene suddenly shifted. It was sunset, and the sky was painted a deep purple color. Speaking of the group from the villa, we saw Chul-jun getting angry at the skinny one. Didn't the zombies eat him? He yelled at the skinny one for not being able to open the gas can, and he replied that he had warned me that he was a man of intellectual work and that he didn't engage in physical activity. Then Chul raised his baton, declaring that at least In-hyuk had some brains, but that this idiot could use a beating. The woman told him to stop, adding that they should just go home and have a drink. But he replied that that wasn't going to happen. After all, if that bastard Sung-ho survived and woke up later, he'd be damn difficult to deal with. So it would be best for them to eliminate him as soon as possible. Sung-ho was actually watching all of this, noting to himself that he had a bad feeling about this, and that it was a good idea to go outside since that bastard was still obsessed with them. He noticed a Molotov cocktail in the woman's hand and realized that they were planning to burn down his house. The guy decided that even out of fear of future troubles, there was no room for leniency here. Chul told the skinny guy to stop whining so they could get it over with quickly. But Sung-ho, noticing that he seemed to have guests, came out from around the corner, and Kepka asked what the hell he was doing outside. To which Sung-ho replied that he had gone out the back door to go to the fireworks farm. He asked why he was doing this at such an hour. Sung-ho explained that this was because zombies were daytime creatures and went to sleep after midnight. So as long as you can avoid the monsters and guardians that appear at dawn, you can move around as much as you like. Chul laughed, saying that this is why he hates noobs, since there was another condition for the appearance of guardians and creepers. The player had to be level 7 or higher. His current level was 5, so, in short, he knew they wouldn't appear. Sung-ho clapped, remarking that he must have studied hard. But he must have considered the possibility that the information he'd received from In-hyuk might have been wrong. Chul asked what he was trying to say, but Sung-ho replied that he didn't need to know. But thanks to him, the plan changed. Instead of farming fireworks, he decided to raid their hideout first. Chul became furious and asked if he had gone crazy and ordered the girl and the second guy to attack him. Then they noticed that the ground was shaking, and they turned around in horror, seeing a real nightmare running towards them, a truly frightening creature. It turned out that it was the Guardian, and Sung-ho was already flashing his heels. And all three rushed in pursuit of him to kill him. The guy who couldn't open the canister used the ability to close the distance, thinking that he was getting nothing but crap for his lousy deals. But if he caught this guy, everything would be fine. However, when he started to approach, he crashed into the dimensional door and slammed into it with all his might, which effectively knocked him out of the game. He fell backwards with blood flowing from his nose. The other two ran past him without even trying to help, while the keeper smashed the skinny man's head like a watermelon with one blow. The second death. Chul asked what the hell was going on and told the woman to go to the left while he went the other way. But when she did, she screamed for help as the creeper was right in front of her. And it exploded, killing her instantly. The shockwave also reached Chul, and the explosion knocked him off his feet, pushing him back several meters. But the cap didn't fly off his head, and he was perplexed as to where he had gone wrong and what was happening, while the keeper had already closed the distance and opened his mouth above him. But Chol said he would not give up so easily, and swung his baton, which burst into flames. Even though he hit him right in the face, the monster didn't even flinch from the attack, and the guy realized that he screwed up. When he got even closer to him, he opened his mouth. Chol realized that everything was useless, because the monster had already stuck his head inside and eaten him. Sung-ho watched all this, noting that he was grateful that he at least landed a blow, and now the time had come to deliver the decisive blow, after which he fired from his bunker. Even luck didn't stop him. He smiled and pulled the trigger, and the bullet with monstrous force pierced the portal and headed forward. He hit the monster right in the back and noticed that, judging by the fact that it was only staggering, rather than falling, the bullets actually turned to dust faster than he predicted. But damage was still being done, and after 3 more hits, he decided he would just shoot at him until he died. But, as expected, it wasn't a pretty sight. He eventually killed him. We saw him rise to level 12, got the skill of terrain detection, and a bunch of other things. He reasoned that, regardless of whether he decided to do it personally or indirectly, killing a person is still murder. He took Chul's bag, and then, as he left, he told himself not to worry too much, because Choljin deserved it. He was just trash who took the bait of other trash and died. After that, the morning farming went very smoothly. At Chul's hideout, which he visited first, things weren't quite as he expected. There were plenty of items there that could later be sold profitably at auction. And frankly, he realized that the guy would have died on his own, even if he were left alone because he only had alcohol and cigarettes for many days ahead. He headed to Kwangali and noted that he not only managed to get the fireworks needed for the festival, but also grabbed a few other things. And with Dingo's help, he avoided the monsters quite easily. He was shown stealthily making his way inside through crowds of creepers and guardians, and without any extra hassle, dealt with the sleeping zombies one by one, which made leveling up very easy. He was now level 14, and he concluded that this was exactly how it should be. Dingo also barked happily, but there was one problem. Having finished farming at 7 a.m. and returning home, he dragged boxes into the bunker and grumbled that a successful raid was of course a very cool topic, and that luck was on his side. But carrying the supplies twice is just a mockery. He looked at everything he had carried, and then he looked into the portal, full of snow, and thought that if only there was no winter in this other world. But if even one stray spark flies, the shelter can burst into flames in the blink of an eye. And storing things on the ground is fraught with dampness, so this place was still the best option. Then he planned to head to the villa area to check if Suyeon was alive, and at the same time take a look at the nearest temporary shelter and lair of Kyungjin. Then he approached the door, looked outside and saw that it was pouring down. He said it was crazy. And for the next 2 days, a typhoon raged in the real world, and he focused entirely on building a moat. He decided that it would be too risky to move around carelessly while the cold had not yet completely subsided. So I just did some chores around the base and worked on the ditch, and by the time he finally finished, he swore he would never sign up for anything like that again. Luckily, the weather warmed up and the ice walls collapsed. Finally, his barbed fence was clean and menacing again. It was tough, but finally the weather became something that people could live in. But he had nothing to complain about, and he decided to open a portal to show why. Because in reality, typhoons were raging, and it was like Sharknado, only with zombies. He decided it was time to move on to the next stage of the plan. And while in the forest with the dingo, I wanted to mention something important. He said that firearms were an absolute cheat in the game, and the reason wasn't anything special at all. The gun was just too cool to begin with. It was a late-game weapon, only unlocked after metal sickness had been cleared, and it could only be obtained through farming. Finally, they crouched behind a tree with the dog. After all, at that moment, he crept up to the washing owlbear, noting that this was still pure madness. Of course, Dingo played the biggest role in securing the route, but perhaps it was because his perception had risen to 14 thanks to the watch. Because his terrain detection skill had reached level 2, the owlbear didn't seem to notice his presence at all. He simply splashed around near the water, eating tons of red fish along the way. After examining his weapon, the guy realized that there were 15 bullets left in the rifle and switched the firing mode. And then he figured that in order to kill the owlbear, who is stronger than the keeper, even with bullets not weakened by disease, as in reality, he needs to fire at least 7 shots. But since there was no way to replenish ammunition now, He needed to use them as effectively as possible. Taking aim, he hit the owlbear with the first shot in the back of the head. He staggered a little but turned around with an enraged look and began to growl at him. But in fact, he didn't see it and began to look around, trying to spot the target. Sunho teased him, asking where he was looking, and fired 2 more shots from the side. One pierced his shoulder, the monster screamed, and the other hit him right in the knee. The monster was surprised. The creature crouched slightly to the ground, trying to figure out what to do. And Sunho noticed that now they were finally on the same level, and it was time to end this. The owlbear cast a furious glance at the main character. It was face to face. The protagonist's face also distorted with anger, and he said that he had been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to take revenge. Then Owlbear rushed at him with all his might, and Sunho, smiling, activated slots 1 and 2, immediately taking out a lighter and fireworks. He set it on fire in front of him. I wonder what the guy was up to. As a result, Sunho threw a flaming firework straight at the monster, and then used slot 3, which held the shield. Owlbear prepared to attack, but when the fireworks started to explode, he lost his sight and looked up in surprise. Then a rain of fire rained down on him. This was even more interesting, but safe. The owlbear immediately became frightened and closed his eyes, and Sunho noted that even if it was a higher species, the presence of an owl's head signifies a weakness to light, and he rushed to the attack, opening slot 4. Taking out a giant drill, Sunho jumped straight at the monster, angrily declaring that the time had come to finally take possession of this valley. By drilling into his chest with a drill, he eventually killed him, having received 25 points, a new level, and the skill of silent movement. And by reaching level 15, he received additional effects to his trait, improving his dimensional slot. He put the weapon back in slot 4 and unlocked the silence ability, which reduced all sounds made by the player. And upgrading his dimensional slot meant he had 5 extra slots. He admitted that, frankly, both upgrades didn't seem all that impressive. But still, owlbear claws were bound to be in demand as weapons. And he took out slot 5, which contained a chainsaw, saying that he would squeeze everything he could out of this corpse. The scene changed. Sunho returned to the bunker, and we saw him munching on fish, saying, "This is life." Even Dingo devoured it. They roasted it over a fire. Dingo barked for more, to which Sunho replied that he had already eaten 5 and was getting greedy. He threw him another one, telling him to eat his fill and grow faster, so they could perform combined combo attacks. Or so he could hunt in the forest on his own. But upon closer inspection, Sunho noticed that the dog had already grown noticeably. But since he had eaten his fill, it was time to move again. The first thing he did at level 15 was open the auction. Upon opening it, he noted that the interface looked exactly the same as in the game, but the transaction fee was 10%, and he was outraged that this was crazy because the game only had 5%, and it's pure robbery. But the guy still clicked get the item, and was surprised because someone had already put the lot up for sale. It was an old black tree, and there didn't seem to be anything special about it. Shounen told himself to calm down, even though his heart started to pound wildly. He reasoned that if they were at least mid-level players with combat abilities, then it wouldn't be strange if they were higher level than him, even if he wasn't a combatant himself. There were comments about the club popping up. A guy was asking if no one had leveled up yet, bragging that he had done it too quickly and was going to beat up a couple of guardians. Sunho smiled and felt relieved, saying that he thought he knew who it was based on the way he spoke. He explained that anonymity was highly valued in the game. As a result, players could customize absolutely everything and change not only your appearance, but also your gender, your voice, and in addition to the global chat where IDs were displayed, there was no way to find out information about others unless they themselves revealed it. The problem was that the more veterans accumulated, the less they followed the path the developers had intended, especially this person who kept adding X at the end of his chat messages. It was an attention seeker among attention seekers. He decided to talk to him, clicked the voice icon, and said hello. He asked who he was, introducing himself as Princess Rabbit. Sunho noted that he immediately took the bull by the horns and replied that he was Kimbap. He noticed that the answer was delayed, and this could seem suspicious. The rabbit started laughing, saying he'd trusted him and had been waiting forever to meet him. Then he asked if he was with the president now. Sunho replied that he was acting alone. Rabbit froze in surprise. He thought it was him, simply because he had seen the flyers distributed on Judgment Day. Shounen said he shared information with the government, but it was more of a suggestion. It seemed someone with deep knowledge of the game was involved, and he was reluctant to reveal his secrets. Rabbit replied that this was logical, unless he was a fighting type, as voluntarily revealing his trait would be suicide. Sung-ho said that, as expected, Rabbit understood. Then Rabbit asked if Gigi wanted to hear what his own trait was, as he thought it was something he could share. Sun-ho agreed, and he said that they would move together no matter what. But Rabbit stunned him by saying that his trait was resurrection, and as long as he had points, he could use it indefinitely. Sung-ho was astonished. Rabbit added that his level is 17, and his trait now includes physical resistance, elemental resistance, and other special defenses. He then asked about Sung-ho's trait, but we also saw that his characteristics were quite comparable to Sung-ho's. Sung-ho replied that he couldn't say right now. Rabbit was surprised and asked why, to which Sung-ho explained that he actually had issues trusting people, to such an extent that he doesn't even tell close people in real life about his powers. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't trust Rabbit, he just wanted to meet him and talk face to face first. The Rabbit said he understood, and then told him to come back to the auction. Sung-ho asked what he meant, and Rabbit told him to hurry up. Sun-ho looked and was shocked. Rabbit said that at this stage, when they had barely finished training, he understood the value of this item better than anyone else. It was a magical metal ring with a +2 bonus to health and strength, and it sparkled with innate magic. The Rabbit admitted that he had searched the entire area to get the thing, and he could have it for 10 points. Sung-ho asked how he could give him something so valuable, and Rabbit put another X in the chat, telling him to just take it. He reasoned that he had to show such sincerity that he could trust him. Sung-ho was surprised, remembering that he actually met Rabbit 2 back at the beginning of the game. He remembered how they were caught by huge green ogres, and then they still managed to get out and knock them down. And so it happened again and again. They got into all sorts of trouble together, and it so happened that among all the veterans, they were especially close, but he didn't think he would show so much goodwill. Regardless, he was grateful. He looked at the ring in his hands and the fried fish on the napkin, so for now, the best he could do was reciprocate with sincerity. He said he'd offered an owlbear claw and some smoked trout. The Rabbit was delighted, calling it madness. Sung-ho said he remembered how he loved fried fish as a snack and animal claws as weapons. He replied that the appearance of monsters in Busan was simply insane. But Sung-ho explained that it was related to his trait. He added that he could consider it a sign of trust. Rabbit said it was simply incredible. Then Sung-ho asked a question. He didn't mind him coming all the way to Busan for a meeting, but if it was okay for them to communicate like that in the game, then in real life, when he was with him, he would have to wear normal clothes and not use those X things, since he didn't want to attract attention. Rabbit countered that it was actually part of his image, but he added that he understood him, and since he was on his side, he'd just use his catchphrase, Jaws, instead. And while he was single, he'd still walk around naked since he was a nudist. Sun-ho sighed, thinking he was going to undress anyway. Rabbit revealed his new crown, Jaws. After finishing the conversation, Rabbit ate properly for the first time in a long time. And then, coincidentally or not, the typhoon passed and bright sunlight poured through his window. He said it must be some kind of divine revelation. Or maybe his best friend, the last survivor of the game, has finally become a god. Anyway, we finally found out that his real name is Seok-yong. He jumped out of the building through, landing right on the ground, and immediately grabbing the zombie by the head and stomping him into the ground to soften his fall. That's how tough he is. He grabbed one of the zombies by the leg. He said that he was going to meet his friend, which, after so much time, gave him warmth again. He was so excited, using zombies as weapons and rushing down the street, destroying everything in its path. But there was one problem. Having galloped at full speed for a decent amount of time, he made a full circle around the block and found himself in a place he recognized. It was nothing more than his own refuge, because bro really suffered from topographical cretinism. The scene has changed. 3 days have passed since the typhoon finally subsided, and meanwhile, the members of the gym group gradually adapted to the apocalypse. Yoo Hyun, who had reached level 5, could now send the dolls he created much further. He informed Sunho that the group from the gym had moved to a taekwondo studio on the 2nd floor next to his house. And also that Yoo Hyun and Bora became a couple. And that Hyunjun reached level 5 and opened a shop. Whenever he received such notes, he helped them grow by pointing them to places he had prepared in advance so they could farm safely. Throwing away one of the dolls, he said that this should be enough, and opened the auction. Of course, he didn't forget to keep in touch with Seok-yeon, but the answers from him came extremely slowly, and he did not know what he was doing, although in the game, everything was exactly the same. He knew that starting from level 15, the required experience doubles with each level, and the so-called hellish level zone begins. He opened the status window and reasoned that points and levels were not directly related, but there was a rough correlation. To reach level 16, he needed to kill 100 zombies. And if he focused solely on hunting, it wouldn't be difficult. But in his current situation, he had too many other things to do, which needed to be dealt with. He opened the desk and warmed up, translating the entrance. 2 hours later, Sunho reached his bunker and asked if it was true. He picked up the mithril knife and was impressed by it and who made it. After all, talking to the little beetles, he couldn't believe they had actually made him. They performed a little dance of joy, and he noticed that it was okay to break in and hand over the rare ore they had agreed on. But he reminded them that they were beetles and asked how they managed to create something like that. The beetles started squealing at him, and Seonho replied that he would give them the chance they needed, and if it was true that they did it, then they should try to forge something like this by handing him a coin. He began to gnaw at her from all sides with his little ones, before turning it into a blade with its bare teeth, and proudly handed it to the main character. He literally beamed with happiness. Sungho was just amazed that it actually worked, and asked if they could sharpen it so finely. Then why did they make that mithril knife that was lying on the table so rough and uneven? The beetles all started crying at once, and he asked what had happened, telling them to pull themselves together, and it's okay to draw the answer over there. As the client in this contract, he promised to at least listen to them. They came up and started drawing on the board, and he asked if they wanted to say that the goblins were constantly beating them up, and they couldn't make proper weapons. They all started nodding their heads. And the main character asked where exactly they lived. The main red bug immediately picked up a pencil, and he marked the spot on the map, pointing to it. Sunho asked if their nest was there, and if so, he'll soon go and destroy it. Beetle farted in surprise. Sunho said that of course the beetle would have to do its part too, and he looked absolutely delighted. Then the beetle drew on the board how much raw ore they had, and Sunho said that was good. But there was something else besides just cleaning. He needed to fulfill a crafting order. He assured her the reward was worth it. Beetle agreed, and Sungho concluded that it was great because they could continue to be friends in the future. After which, they shook hands and paused. Suddenly realizing that bugs had monstrous potential, he continued farming as usual with Dingo, dealing with ordinary zombies, who have become stronger than at the beginning of the game. We saw a smile on his face as he charged with a baton, and at full speed, jumping on one of the zombies, and finished him off by slamming him into the concrete, while the other zombies stood and watched in shock. Sunho, emitting a purple aura, said that he continued in the same spirit until the old mark finally appeared on the Ebony Club. And then he instantly killed 2 zombies standing nearby with one twisting blow. And when one of the Walking Dead jumped on him from behind, he turned around, noticing that their killing had become almost a habit. It was no more than a reflex, and after that, he headed towards his destination. Villa Eden. He got there and his jaw immediately dropped to the floor. Looking around, he noted that this place was truly luxurious. And if it weren't for all this mess, he probably would never have set foot in a place like this. But he was just wondering if Suyeon was still alive. There were dead zombies all around. Sonho thought that considering that Yoo-hyun and Bora, both unawakened, were still alive, and that it was confirmed that people who had contact with the awakened were not affected by zombie spores, as it should have been. He wasn't too worried that Suyeon, who had once shaken his hand, had turned into a zombie. But he was more concerned about the villa's location. Inside, things weren't so rosy. This place was located next to the golf course, with the Kyungjin bunker, and also next to the temporary shelter built by the government. Gigi told Dingo to climb up, and all these facts made this place the perfect environment for gathering survivors. The guy grabbed the rope in the elevator shaft, and as he began to climb the rope, Seonho realized that this was the perfect breeding ground for conflicts to flare up at any time. Finally reaching a certain floor, he grabbed the ledge with only his fingers, and pulling himself up, he reasoned that an ordinary person would be exhausted just climbing up here. Besides, judging by the rope that was installed, it looks like it was actually Suyeon who did it. He was especially surprised when he saw one of the doors on the 3rd floor completely intact. The guy walked up to this most intact door in the city and knocked, and the girl replied that she told him to come to the meeting place And looking through the crack, she said that she had mentioned several times that he should not drag himself here since there was a killer wandering nearby. But she was surprised to see that it was actually Sung-ho. He said he was glad to see her, and Suyeon asked him what he was doing there. He replied that he had come to collect the money for the medicine. She was surprised, and said that he had indeed said this before, but then sighed, noting that she knew that he was not quite normal either. But Sunho quickly changed the subject, saying that it would be better for her to tell about this killer. And opening the door, Suyeon told him to go inside first, as it would be a long conversation. He explained that from the moment he sat down on the sofa with Dingo, Suyeon started dumping information as if she was venting pent-up frustration. She spoke so quickly and in such detail that he couldn't even get a word in edgewise. In short, he decided to sum up her entire tirade and a bunch of information. So, let's begin. In both temporary shelters in the center, 3 groups lived in separate areas. Group C, consisting of at least 10 people, led by a mysterious leader. She called for negotiations and suddenly offered to open a temporary shelter and share supplies. But when the other 2 groups stood up from the negotiating table and rudely refused the offer, then suddenly a killer appeared and started cutting everyone up. With an ordinary knife, that madman painted the entire negotiation room red. Judging by the size of the group, the protagonist realized that the leader of Group C must be Kyung-jin, and the killer is probably one of his subordinates, zombified by his abilities. And the reason he made the offer instead of just using mind control was probably because his trait has at least one limitation or condition. But he had to play dumb in front of Suyeon because he couldn't risk dragging her into this. Shonho guessed that she must be saying that the killer appeared because she rejected Group C's offer. The girl replied that she couldn't be 100% sure, but she thinks they're definitely connected. Someone from her team and Team B was killed, but Team C hasn't lost anyone yet. But then she had a question. Why try to forcefully open a temporary shelter now when it will open itself later? Shono said he didn't have enough information to say for sure. He then asked about her healing ability. She replied that it healed minor wounds, and the guy remarked that she must know how difficult it is for awakened support types to hunt. Suyeon confirmed this, saying she gets points for helping, but its level never increases. Then the main character said that this leads him to a hypothesis, that Team C's leader isn't a fighting type, but has a different kind of ability, a puppeteer. This would mean he would need more materials to create weapons of mass destruction to level up faster. He asked her what she thought about it, noting that it was just a premonition. Suyeon replied that it sounded very plausible, and the fact that his subordinates are getting stronger doesn't mean that he is too. Seonho stood up and confirmed her words, adding that managing a group the size of a clan must be a huge headache. The girl agreed that this sounded plausible. It fit perfectly with the current situation. The guy then asked if she had a meeting with her group soon, and Suyeon replied that she actually had things to take care of. He asked if she was going to farm, but the girl answered negatively, saying that it seemed like they were about to confess their love to her. He asked her what she meant, and she replied that she was embarrassed to say it, but the members of her group were complete idiots. That's why she got mad when he knocked. And he knows how it is. Of the 3 basic desires, only their libido is over the top. Looking at the girl's gestures, the protagonist noticed that this sounded like a real problem, and Suyeon replied that everything was fine since they weren't bad people. She then became sad, asking about his plan. Sunho took the backpack and said that he would first go to explore the temporary shelter, but she warned him that it would be dangerous there because of Team S's presence. He replied that he would just spy from the shadows, so it was okay. Also, due to the zombie wave, Team S members will not be in one place. Then he rummaged through his bag and pulled out one of the ores the beetle had given him. He told her it would do for a candle, and she can break it into pieces if the light is too bright. Suyeon noted that if it is a glowing stone, then he must have already unlocked the store. Sunho confirmed this, adding that she shouldn't worry too much. He smiled and said that if everything worked out, he planned to repay the debt for the medicine with interest. The scene changed abruptly. Meanwhile, in Group C's bunker, Kyung-jin sat in his leader's chair and asked someone how the cleanup was going. The guy reported that around 3 p.m., the killer had killed another member of Team B. They confirmed that the remaining members were transporting their supplies, so the clearing of Sector B would be completed soon. Then Cheon asked about Team A, and the man replied that there had been no significant movement so far. Kyungjin then asked if they should kill another member of Team A, and the subordinate replied that it seemed like the best option. The leader immediately asked where they were now, and the man replied that they were moving separately, so they had not tracked everyone, but noticed a woman from Team A leaving her home and heading towards Eden Plaza. Cheon immediately activated his eyes, and saying that it was good, ordered an assassin to be sent there, and also asked if they had found the guy yet. They replied no, as they couldn't identify him, and apologized. The agent began to bow in apology, almost reaching the floor and losing his honor. However, Kyungjin still became furious, clenching his chair, and said that he knew that the bastard was in Busan, but he didn't know where exactly. He needed to catch it as soon as possible, and he was panicking because he wasn't getting any points. No experience when his tied subordinates committed murders, because now he knew that there was a big flaw in his trait. And if he doesn't get rid of this bastard soon, he might one day consume him, because he had paralyzing poison even before the apocalypse began. Keon's face reflected animal fear and madness. In addition, if he fails to reach level 15 by the deadline and fails to attend the auction meeting, other regional clan leaders will look down on him. He became angry, and one of the people informed him that they had caught all the zombies as ordered. Immediately, a whole crowd of tied-up, rabid zombies were brought to him. That's some fun. When they were brought in, Cheon stood up and praised them for their excellent work. He picked up the prepared Molotov cocktail and rolled it across the floor, right into this crowd of poor, tied-up zombies. They couldn't do anything. And so, having reached its target, the Molotov cocktail shattered and set all the zombies ablaze. All that could be heard were terrifying screams. Instantly, his level rose to 9, and looking at all this madness, he said that there were only 6 left. Then Cheon told his people to listen carefully, because from now on they have 3 goals. He showed him with his fingers. People are so stupid. The first task was to find a locking mechanism for the temporary shelter. The second is to continue catching zombies like they just did. And the third was to find that unknown bastard from Busan. At this point, hatred gripped him again. Immediately, all his subordinates responded that they understood everything. However, nearby was a painfully familiar portal, and we saw that Sung-ho was actually watching and listening to all of this, using his dimensional door as a hiding place. He noted that Kyungjin was really getting carried away, but he shouldn't rush things too much, because he's going to go protect Soo-hyun and force him to come here. The scene changed to a deserted, ruined cityscape where 2 figures stood alone. The man called out to Soo-hyun with alarm. He dropped to one knee, holding a single red rose. He looked down and up, earnestly and fervently, and begged her to date him. Soo-hyun crossed her arms, looking skeptical, and asked if now was really the right time. The man, still kneeling, seemed taken aback, and Soo-hyun was outraged that he would do this while a killer was still on the loose. Smiling, the man admitted to using clairvoyance. His confidence stemmed from this ability, and he sincerely hoped to reassure her. Soo-hyun looked at him with a serious expression and asked if he was just going to trust his skill, reminding him of the grim event of their teammate dying while farming. The man acknowledged her concerns and agreed that it was true, but hastened to add that when he checked, the killer was on the territory of another group, and assured her that this time she could truly trust him. Soo-hyun ran a hand through her hair, disappointment clearly evident on her face, as she muttered that it was precisely situations like this that she hated. Holding a rose, the man looked at her devotedly and promised to be a better boyfriend. Soo-hyun merely placed her hands on her hips in skepticism, unable to understand the reason for such blind confidence. He continued to insist, but Soo-hyun's patience ran out. She abruptly cut him off and ordered him to shut up. Frustrated, she turned away, declaring that she'd had enough, and saw no point in listening to him any longer. The man, holding the rose, was taken aback and begged for one last chance, imploring her to calm down. He desperately tried to continue, but suddenly a mysterious red glow began to emanate from his heart. Clutching his chest, the man stared at Soo-hyun in panic and confessed to a strange sensation. She glanced up at him sharply and asked worriedly if he'd read her manual. According to her, the glow was a clear signal that the killer was already nearby. Realizing the scale of the disaster, she angrily accused him of yet another round of false information. The stunned man couldn't believe what had happened, and muttered in utter bewilderment that such a mistake was simply impossible. Soo-hyun stepped aside, contemplating their dire situation and weighing her options. She decided they needed to move anyway, as they couldn't escape a killer with the ability to track life. The man stopped her, alarmed, and decided to help. He concentrated all his energy into activating his clairvoyance and tried to track his target. At that very moment, a mysterious glowing symbol flared up right above his head. The sky turned ominous as a figure appeared, surrounded by a red glow. The stranger approached with a frightening aura, clutching a knife in his hand. A heavy realization hit them. The killer was already right in front of them. The tension in the air became palpable as the figure drew closer, its eyes glowing with sinister intent. Suyeon looked at him with bitter disappointment and resignedly remarked that nothing but trouble always happened around him. The man tried to apologize, but her face softened a little as she said, with a newfound determination in her eyes, that they had at least found out one thing for sure. Suyeon narrowed her eyes as she processed the information and realized that the killer was wearing the same uniform as Team C. The figure in the red glow stepped forward with a menacing grin on his face and said something about a killing field, while the knife in his hand flashed ominously. Suddenly, a massive red dome formed around the area, enclosing them in its ominous glow. The structure hummed with energy, casting a foreboding omen over the ruined city. The man and Suyeon looked around in shock under the scarlet dome. Panicked, he asked what to do next. Suyeon quickly assessed the situation and, with complete determination, declared that their only option now was to flee and seek safe shelter. He doubted their success and remarked on the enemy's incredible speed. Suyeon was simply amazed by his words and sternly reminded him of the rules of the game. Assassins simply cannot run after the start. The man doubted the plan and asked about the security of the shelter. Suyeon sharply ordered him to shut up and simply prepare the special death flashlight according to the instructions. Various options flashed through her mind, and she thought, weighing the possible outcomes, that if everything went as she hoped, a secret savior might come here. The killer immediately rushed forward with his knife raised to strike, his eyes burning with a fierce rage as he approached Suyeon, who shouted that they just needed to hold on. As the knife darted towards her, Suyeon barely dodged the attack, twisting her entire body to avoid the deadly blade. And realizing that she had survived, Suyeon tightly clutched the anti-iron death lantern, not taking her eyes off the approaching threat. Suddenly, the death lantern flashed with a blinding light, illuminating the area with a powerful glow. This incredible brightness momentarily blinded the killer, who screamed in agony, clutching his eyes. Suyeon watched the scene unfold with a mixture of relief and disbelief on her face, clutching the flashlight tightly and realizing its effectiveness. She said with surprise in her voice that it really works. But suddenly, she was thrown back by a powerful blow, but she continued to grip the flashlight tightly in an attempt to keep it from falling. Suyeon crashed to the ground, the force of the impact sending debris flying around her. She struggled to keep hold of the lantern as she slid across the uneven surface. Suyeon stopped and raised her head. Blood was oozing from her mouth, but despite the pain, her eyes held a defiant expression. She mentally scolded herself for her stupidity and realized her mistake. She had come too close during her jubilation. The killer was already close. Covered in blood, the girl stretched out with her last strength and begged the dude to help her. The guy ran away, his legs moving quickly, and she, watching him run, caught herself in a stream of thoughts that she was glad that she had not accepted his confession. Suyeon lay on the ground trying to get up, and their gazes met, reflecting a mixture of pain and determination. Thinking about how fleeting life was, she saw a killer looming over her, knife raised high. Lying on the ground, Suyeon, desperate, refused to believe that this was how she would die. As she tried to do a push-up, she heard a voice in her head asking, why did she close her eyes? Realization crossed her face. Sunho rushed forward with determination, and with a lightning-fast movement, stopped the assassin's attack in time. The assassin staggered back as Sunho spun in midair and delivered a powerful kick to the figure. The force of the blow lifted the killer off the ground and sent him arching backwards. And a shocked Suyeon watched this scene with wide eyes. Suyeon looked up and her eyes met Sunho's as he extended his hand to her. Sunho stood firmly on his feet, and in his calm, reassuring voice, told her that now was not the time to die. After some time in hiding, Sunho realized Suyeon was right. The enemy leader possessed psychic powers and brainwashed his subordinate into killing him. Suyeon realized that this was how they maintained their coordination. Sunho asked her about her wounds with concern. Suyeon glanced at her side and saw a green glow emanating from her palm. She thanked him and admitted that thanks to his help, everything was almost healed. The main character explained that it wasn't his doing, but her group's, acting as bait. Meanwhile, the dude lay lifeless on the ground in a pool of his own blood, confirming the price of this victory. Suyeon quietly asked if the man was dead. Sunho quickly answered in the affirmative, but added that now was not the time to dwell on it. And with a serious face, Suyeon explained the seriousness of the situation. It was impossible to kill an enemy with such powerful regeneration and endurance at the moment. Suyeon looked at them with wide eyes of worry, and with a hint of despair in her voice, asked if this meant there was no way out. The protagonist replied that usually yes, and began to explain the structure of a death match, noting that it is designed in such a way that the participants inevitably encounter the killer. He went on to describe the horrific consequences of death, and explained that after the field disappears, zombies will be drawn like a magnet. They will form dense walls and completely block all exits. However, the guy told her that there was one bug and asked if she knew why he brought her here. He explained that the reason was the presence of an overhead bridge connecting the buildings. Continuing, Sunho recalled the moment when the deathmatch began and mentioned that when the thud was heard again, this will mark the onset of a critical point in the event, during which the killer's excitement reaches its peak. At this time, a red light was burning from both of the killer's eyes, and his face expressed tension and determination. The scene changed again as the death field began to contract, and a gap opened in the barrier, creating an opportunity for a breakthrough. Our hero raised his finger to emphasize the seriousness of the moment, and firmly stated that she would only have one chance. Sunho outlined the plan and told her to escape through the barrier on his signal. Suyeon understood everything, but with obvious anxiety, she asked if he could handle the dangerous killer alone. Sunho resolutely accepted the situation and explained his lack of choice. Assassins gain random abilities and become unpredictable. To survive, someone must remain behind to hold them back. Seonho added that if their escape failed, even the bug wouldn't save their plans. The gravity of the situation was clear as the two stood on the roof, tensely considering their next move. After sending Suyeon to the third floor, our hero took up position on the first floor, ready to confront the killer, and the sound of his heartbeat grew louder and louder as he stood in the dimly lit corridor with his fists clenched tightly. With a lightning-fast movement, Sunho stepped forward and, ready to meet whatever happened, shouted out a call to attack. He crouched low and scanned the corridor for any sign of a threat. Confusion contorted his face. He clearly sensed someone's presence and gripped his shield tighter, trying to understand the source of his alarm. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently, sending debris flying through the air as the walls collapsed around him. Sunho reacted quickly, nimbly jumping aside. Barely dodging the debris, the hero crouched under a hail of debris. His eyes narrowed in sudden realization. He cursed silently, finally realizing the killer's special ability. The assassin who suddenly appeared radiated menace. His ability was to pass through walls, making him extremely dangerous. With a sinister smile, he stood before Seonho, ready to engage. The killer swung the knife with force and brought it down, but Sunho quickly dodged the attack, moving to the side. This was followed by a powerful kick from the attacker, aimed at our hero, but the protagonist deftly ducked under it. They remained focused, never taking their eyes off each other, and Sunho, having prepared his shield, delivered a powerful punch to the enemy's face. The killer staggered back, smoke came out of his mouth, and he remained silent, seemingly stunned, after which he straightened his head and looked straight at the main character. Sunho recalled his past experience in the game and realized that this level of damage to the enemy is insignificant. As the killer walked towards him, our hero came to the conclusion that he was under mind control, and, dodging another blow, noted that the enemy's attack patterns were simple and devoid of self-awareness. The assassin swung his weapon with force, but our hero blocked the blow with his shield, and while the killer was raising his knife again, Sunho, thinking about the situation, recognized the main problem. The attacker was getting stronger, and this will continue until the opponent's excitement reaches its peak. For a moment, Seonho froze, wondering if he should just kill him. But he discarded this thought and moved towards the enemy. While dodging the attack, he thought to himself that in order to increase the chances of indirectly killing Kwon Kyung-jun, he needed to stick to the plan, after which he retreated, breaking the distance. The killer stood at the ready, surrounded by a red aura, and our hero assessed his condition, noting that the second stage of arousal was already close. Suddenly, the enemy disappeared, and a moment later, aggressively rushed into the attack. Our hero looked at this with surprise due to the increased speed, realizing that the attacker's movements had become not only stronger, but also faster. The force of the blow sent the protagonist flying back, as he didn't expect the killer to have a skill that increased agility. He then decided to act before the buff expired, and activated the first slot, rushing forward with his shield ready to attack, as a blue object was summoned between them. A bright explosion of light erupted, filling the space with an intense glow. The protagonist decided that buying time was the best option. Then the scene changed, and he was already running quickly up the spiral staircase. And at that moment, Suyeon shouted from above, warning that the barrier was narrowing, and the zombies were building walls as they approached. Sun Ho told her not to do anything for now, and instructed her to continue observing what was happening outside until he gave the signal. He stated that he would detain the attacker on the second floor, to which Suyeon responded affirmatively that she understood and would do as he said. Watching the figure with the red aura, Seon Ho noticed that the dark aura had disappeared, and the enemy's state of excitement had almost reached its peak. Sun Ho gripped his weapon tightly and thought about what exactly this meant as he prepared to act. While the killer was attacking, our hero was thinking that he needed to hold out for just a few more seconds. The enemy rushed forward furiously, bringing his weapon down with force. Our hero blocked the attack with his shield, and their collision generated a surge of energy between them. Seon-ho was already on one knee, barely holding back the blows. Trying not to lower the shield, the protagonist clenched his teeth and thought that there was just a little bit left. Just a little bit more. A glowing red heart appeared, pulsating intensely, and the killer grabbed his head, releasing a powerful burst of energy that surged around him, creating a dramatic effect. Sun-ho confirmed that he had reached the third stage of arousal and shouted to Suyeon that it was time to act. Suyeon, who had been standing at the ready all this time, exhaled and shouted that she was coming, then running forward quickly to the border of the Red Death Dome. Below, a crowd of zombies could be seen looking up. It looked simply insane. A red barrier fence surrounded the area, creating a tense atmosphere. Suyeon ran forward with determination as the zombies reached out to her, growling menacingly. But she moved quickly, avoiding their grasp. Suyeon dodged the zombies' reaching hands, and then, running, she jumped into the air, barely escaping their grasp and breaking out beyond the border. Having landed safely, Suyeon thought the job was done and was relieved to realize that she had indeed escaped the death trap. Suyeon looked back at the red bars of the barrier, thinking that if they delayed any longer, Sun-ho would not survive, and shouted to him that the zombies had completely blocked the entrance, urging him to hurry and get out of there. Sun-ho answered decisively that he understood her and quickly rushed forward. The ground cracked beneath his feet, and debris flew into the air as he continued to move. A powerful force erupted as a hand emerged from the ground, and Sun-ho blocked the blow. Our hero thought this was madness, since the enemy could even pass through the ceiling. He then turned to Mr. Killer, offering to stop the fight while standing in the middle of the smoke and being marked with a red crosshair. The killer rushed forward, grinning and striking the figure in front of him, but there was no one there. Only smoke, which made the enemy look around in surprise. Our protagonist declared that he wouldn't find him, and, pointing a gun, suggested that the enemy simply remain lying on the ground so that the hero would save bullets and the killer wouldn't be harmed. After asking if it sounded like a great idea, he, without lowering his gun, advised his enemy to sleep for a few minutes, promising that when he woke up, the world would look different. The scene immediately changed. A crowd of struggling zombies was visible, desperately stretching out their hands, when suddenly a door appeared there, and Sun-ho ordered the gate to be opened. He jumped out and ordered the gate to be closed, after which the portal slammed shut, leaving behind a whirlwind of energy, and the hero himself jumped forward through the crowd. Running up to Suyeon, he heard her question about how he broke through the zombie wall, as she didn't understand what was happening. He grabbed her hand and said that she would be able to understand everything later, but for now they needed to run. Because after the death field completely disappeared, the zombies would start attacking them in earnest. And besides, the killer was still alive. Suyeon suggested they return home, but Seon-ho firmly refused. He decided to head to a temporary shelter, and when she asked why there, he explained that he wanted to pit the killer against Team S. Suyeon countered that the killer was being controlled by Team S's leader, to which Seon-ho concluded that this was most likely no longer the case. As he ran, the protagonist remembered that the video mentioned that all negative effects imposed on the killer would disappear after the deathmatch ended. Suyeon thought that this must mean that the brainwashing effect was also lifted, realizing what Seon-ho's plan had been from the very beginning. He acknowledged her point, noting that she was a quick learner, and stated that their goal was to kill the killer, protect the safe house, and give Team S hell. Turning to her, he added that fighting injustice with injustice was quite fair.